Order the 2020 January Wyoming Game and Fish Commissioners Meeting. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. It's a great privilege to be able to do that. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending. We appreciate it very much. I'd like to make note that Senator Glenn Moniz is here and is present, Representative John Winter, and Representative Bill Haley. Please, can you stand, please, if you would? Just
There they are. Bill couldn't hear you, but he's here.
thank you for thank you for your attendance. Appreciate it very much. Real quickly, I'd like to note Penny Maldonado and Steve Martin as usual. They're here. They travel far and abroad just to attend and appreciate their presence. Please silence your cell phones. It's real easy. You hit a button and you shut it off, and everybody's happy. No interruptions. Better make sure mine's off. Members of the public, if you'd like to address the commission, please fill out a blue sheet, and we will call you in order as per agenda. I guess it applies. And
Yeah, they don't have agenda items listed, so we'll call them at those agenda items.
okay, Renelle Snell from the Lander Regional Office is out front.
I'm sorry, I apologize. It's Robin Keppel from the
Oh.
Cheyenne office.
Robin, okay. Okay, please, if you can, just fill out your blue sheet and give that to Robin, and they'll bring it up to us, and we'll call you in order. I think that's it. Again, thank you for attending. We'll have a good meeting and a quick meeting, I hope, so. Brian?
Well, good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission. I've got several items here this morning that I wanted to update the commission on regarding some of the work of the department here over the last couple of months since your last meeting in November in Powell. First of all, I really want to commend the work of our team in the fish division who has, and this goes statewide. We've had folks from all over the state in the fish division that have worked very hard on a very heavy lift to put together some extremely detailed and comprehensive aquatic invasive species rapid response plans. Essentially what that means is these are the plans that will guide the department and the commission in the event that aquatic invasive species is found in one of our waters. They put these plans together for 8 bodies of water. Again, they're done extremely well, very professionally, and now they're ready to go out to the public. They're in draft form. There certainly are impacts to other folks other than just the particular folks that are involved in a particular body of water. If there is aquatic invasive species, for example, local businesses and local residents. And so it's going to be real important, the work that they do here in the near term, to go out and talk to the public about those plans and gather some feedback. Many of you have probably heard about and seen the release of the National Elk Refuge Step-Down Plan. There has been significant work between the department, especially at the local level, and the Fish and Wildlife Service to evaluate how that plan might be modified during the public comment period to address some of the concerns the department has had with that plan since it was initially drafted a few years ago. We did provide our comments. We did have several negotiations, and our people did a good job of I think, coming to some good compromises with the service. It certainly, the plan continues to have some components of it that we're concerned with, but they did listen to a lot of our asks, and they've incorporated those into this plan, and it was released here at the end of the year, first part of the year. I believe it was around the 31st of December is when they released that step-down plan. It's caused some concern for some of our constituents across the state, and especially up in northwest Wyoming, folks that are concerned about, on both sides of the issue, basically. And so we'll continue to keep the commission apprised of what's going on with the National Elk Refuge Step-Down Plan. We did have the opportunity, our team put together a very good set of testimony, of written testimony, and we were able to go out, Deputy Director Bruce and I, and talk to the Environmental Public Works Committee and testify in the Senate on what's called the ACE Act and America's Conservation and Enhancement Act. This is important for us because it contains several provisions. It's kind of a conglomerate of different conservation-focused ideas. But the short story is that bill not only passed that committee, but it has passed the Senate. And so now it'll go over to the House, and there's a lot of the folks that work in that environment every day that predict that there's some strong likelihood of success there. And at that bill passing, it has money in it for CWD for the states. It has some infrastructure in it to formalize how the whole country might move forward with finding more money for research. And it also has some provisions in it that would provide compensation to private property owners, livestock owners, who lose livestock and have suffer damage due to either federally introduced species or species that are listed under the Endangered Species Act. There are other components of that bill that I won't go into, but suffice it to say, it's a good thing for Wyoming, and certainly Senator Barrasso has taken a real keen interest in Wyoming issues and conservation issues, and he led the charge on this and did a good job. Last week, our team put together a really good set of testimony for the Joint Appropriations Committee. Deputy Director Kennedy and our CFO Meredith Wood, as well as several others. Those were the two leaders that really put together just an awesome, comprehensive, very transparent presentation for the Joint Appropriations Committee. Just as a reminder to the Commission, while it's your budget and you approve the budget on an annual basis, there is a provision in statute that requires us to present for review our budget to the Joint Appropriations Committee on an annual basis. There was a lot of very good discussion and presentation on the way that this commission has chosen to use their budget, not only to fund day-to-day operations for the department, but also to ensure that you're able to meet the needs of wildlife and our constituents for larger projects that are one-time, and the way that this commission has saved money to make sure that we can survive through fluctuations in revenue that happen through time. So really good discussion with the Joint Appropriations Committee on that. We did also provide to them some of the things we've done over the last several years with regards to audits on the way we do business and the things that we've done to try to gain efficiencies. We talked about the Cody office in detail. We provided them basically costs and all the work that's been done to this point to construct and move that project forward on the new Cody regional office. Some other questions and concerns that came up from the committee, I'm just going to list a laundry list here. As is typical in this committee, there's a lot of interest from all of our legislators on wildlife issues. And so we usually spend, when we go to JAC, we spend about 25% of the time on the budget, and then about 75% of our time talking about other wildlife issues that are important to them. They asked about moose populations across the state, concern about what you're all aware of with the aerial removal of mountain goats in Grand Teton National Park, the number of game wardens in the agency, grizzly bear management numbers, potential of grizzly bears in the Bighorn Mountains, and large carnivore effects on big game. Questions on the Owl Creek bighorn sheep situation. They asked about feed grounds, brucellosis, and the National Elk Refuge Step-Down Plan. Some kudos on how the commission has chose to deal with carryover licenses for those folks that draw a license and then aren't able to use it. Some questions on governor and commissioner licenses and how those programs are administered. And then there was a lot of positive comments from the committee, both during the hearing and off to the side, about great interactions that they've had and their constituents have had with our employees from across the state. That's it with Joint Appropriations Committee. As far as, I did want to just let the department know, or the commission know, that the department has been engaged with the other states as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service on continuing to look at how we're going to deal with grizzly bears. Not only the delisting process, but also conflicts. I think we've made some progress with kind of interim ideas that could gain us a little bit of efficiency in how we handle and deal with conflict grizzly bears. Obviously, we're only a couple months now, 2 to 3 months before grizzly bears start coming out of their dens. And then lastly, there is a new video on wildlife. I don't know, are you teed up to show that video, Rebecca?
No, but I think
Okay. Anyway, there's a new video on there. It's titled, it's the one with the wolf den. What's it called?
I was gonna show it
Okay.
later today.
Okay, so Rebecca will show you that. It's a camera that sat on a wolf den, and the wolves came in and out, and the pups came in and out of the wolf den. So with that, Mr. President, that concludes my director's report to date. Does the commission have any questions?
Thank you, Brian.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the Pinedale meeting in November.
I'll second.
Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mike?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll give a quick update on our, the Wildlife Fund, the new foundation that we started here a while back. I see we've got a couple of our board members in the audience, Penny Maldonado out of Jackson and Bruce Shackelford out of Cody. We had another meeting in January, board meeting, and then we also compiled that with interviews for a potential executive director. The board meeting we had in November, from that time frame to January, with the deputy directors, John Kennedy's help, we went out and searched for some potential candidates for our executive director position. Something that we feel is, we really got to get in place before we try to launch a lot of these great ideas we have. But anyway, with Director Kennedy's help, we got 4 strong candidates in. We interviewed those folks on January 7th in Casper. All of the 5 board members were present at those interviews, as well as Director Nesvik and Deputy Director Kennedy. We spent the better part of the day talking to those folks, the 4 of them. Through that process, we have trimmed that down to 2 solid potential candidates for this position. We will be meeting tomorrow, our board, and we will be conducting a second round of interviews with those 2 folks tomorrow. And depending on how those go, there's a good chance that we'll have an executive director in mind and be able to offer them some type of employment and hopefully get this person on board, within a reasonable amount of time after that. So that's where we're at with the foundation right now. We've got a lot of big plans for this. We're building priorities for this new person once they get in place. Of course, we've got website ideas, website things we need to tackle, but we've got a lot of interest in the foundation. There's a lot of people just chomping at the bit, waiting for us to get this thing off the ground and going. So, but it's coming together nicely right now. So I appreciate all the hard work from the department on this, helping us get this started, and of course to this board of directors. We have a very active board, so they're very passionate about this this new foundation and the help we'll be able to give our state's wildlife. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions? John?
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, good morning. So this agenda item deals with the challenges in Jackson and specifically with housing for department employees in Jackson. As you know, the department continues to work on this as one of our highest priorities, working with the commission and others to try to address these challenges. Wanted to give you a report on what we have accomplished since the last commission meeting, and then go into some of the questions you had at the last commission meeting. Like I said, we've been busy since the last commission meeting. There's been a lot of coordination, communications with our Jackson region, obviously, the employees that live in Jackson, the employees that will be affected by this project and this work that we're doing, and coordination with their regional leadership team. And they've done a great job of working on this and answering some questions that we've had here, that you had at the last meeting, and questions that Director's Office has had. Director Nesvik and I traveled to Jackson with the Director of YDOT and his staff, had some productive meetings. We met with the, what is the name of their, Jackson-Teton County Affordable Housing Department. First time that I had met with this entity, that was extremely productive. There was representation from the county and town at that meeting. They're going to provide some very good resources for us, depending on where the commission wants to go with this, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. We also met with Lower Valley Energy. As you're aware, they have expressed an interest once they heard about the commission's desire to try to address this housing problems. They got the same situation as we do, same situation as YDOT does. They're trying to address some housing needs. They have some property that is big enough to build on, and they're looking at building, but they've slowed their process down a little bit in case the commission and YDOT want to partner with Lower Valley Energy. So again, more opportunities continue to come up as we discuss this, which is a really good thing. We've continued to work with YDOT a lot in addition to the site evaluation work. They prepare a feasibility report that addresses building and design and costs associated with the YDOT property, and again, I'll talk about that in a little bit. After Lower Valley Energy, we and YDOT went and looked at the YDOT property they have available, where they're proposing to build housing for their employees, Lower Valley Energy's property, and we looked at the South Park, the Commission South Park property, as part of that trip. After our meeting with Lower Valley Energy, they have a consultant from Collins Planning Associates. I've been in contact with that consultant quite a bit. They've done quite a bit of work. There's two consulting firms, one for YDOT and one for Lower Valley Energy, that have provided some really good resources for those, and a lot of the numbers I'm going to give you here in a little bit come from those consulting firms. We also had some work by Nelson Engineering, and that focused more on commission properties and construction costs. We have initiated some work, informal work, on rezoning issues with YDOT right now, and that would involve rezoning potentially on the South Park WHMA. The bottom line from all of this work so far, starting from the trip that Director Nesvik and I took to Jackson with YDOT, has been, as more and more agencies are aware of the commission's work on this, they're now approaching us and wanting to partner. So I guess the bottom line from all the discussions since the last commission meeting, there's a desire by the state agencies, YDOT for sure, there may be others. They won't have the needs that we have. YDOT needs more houses, but the other state agencies aren't going to have the need that we have, but they're wanting to partner too. So it's growing, which complicates things and sometimes makes things challenging, but it's all for the good. That's hopefully going to decrease costs and give us more flexibility if we decide to partner. In fact, we're having an all-state agency meeting this month on January 28th. That was as soon as we could get that scheduled. So that's a lot of the activity that's been taking place kind of more formally on this project. One of the other big questions, and this gets to us determining at some point how many houses do we need if the commission decides to move forward on construction or purchase, whatever you decide to do, how many do we need? One of the questions the commission asked to get to that is not only tell us the priorities for the number of houses you need and who they're for, are there some positions that could, through attrition in the future, be transitioned out of Jackson, work out of somewhere else, not leave the region, but not live in Jackson, work Alpine, for example. And so we took a hard look at that. The regional leadership team worked on it. The Director Brian and Deputy Director Bruce and I met and discussed this. We've had a lot of discussions with the division chiefs, and there are 3 to 6 positions that if it were to work out for us through attrition in the future, and it worked out with supporting the commission's priorities, the department's goals and objectives, we could take a look at transitioning those positions out when they do become vacant. There is, and that includes an office manager. We have 2 office managers. One's living outside of Jackson now, so we do know that that model could work. So we took a look at that. There are 3 to 6 positions. We've got those identified. We're working with the divisions and the regions on those to make changes if that helps us in the recruitment process down the road or economically with housing problems, or perhaps the candidate for these positions wants to live somewhere besides Jackson just because of the high cost of living, et cetera. We're going to take a look at that. It just so happens that those 3 to 6 positions that I'm talking about, only one of those is on the list of high priority positions that we need to try to address housing for in the short term. We have come up with the full-time positions that are requiring immediate housing needs. We've come up with 7 houses. That does include one of the office managers, so 6 to 7 houses would be our short-term priority. That would include the wildlife supervisor, fisheries supervisor, wildlife coordinator, fisheries biologist, wildlife disease biologist, and the 2 office managers out of Jackson. Short-term meaning that either here in the next 1 to 3 years, we're going to need to recruit for those positions. And they'll have although some of these employees have a situation under control right now with housing, obviously the recruitment and the new employee that comes into the region probably will not. So that is our short-term. Our long-term goals would involve another 6, up to another 6. It depends on what we do with those positions that I talked about earlier. 6 additional houses, maximum, and maybe some smaller units for contract or seasonal positions if the commission decides they want to try to address that. WYDOT is doing that through their proposal that they originally put together as part of employee housing, single-family homes. They've also built in some ideas for a complex townhome type duplex for employees that are contract temporary coming into town. So long-term, I would say that's something that we might want to think about. The commission might want to think about phasing this, and obviously phase 1 of this project would be the up to 7 houses that would meet our needs for the next 1 to 3 years. The next question the commission had was, where would we build? And so we've been looking at a lot of areas. Some areas we discussed at the last commission meeting. You took a good hard look at the work session and looked at maps and drone footage and et cetera, and had dismissed a couple of different areas that we were looking at, but you were interested and continuing to look at South Park. I mentioned the WYDOT property. Sean, why don't you put that big map up for us, please? Let me just show you where these are at. Yes, sir.
Could we get the lights dimmed to Scotia here, please?
Sure.
While we're waiting on that, so the department is identifying 13 people of absolute importance that need to stay in Jackson.
There's 13 employees currently in the Jackson office.
Because you had 7 for short-term.
Houses, yes.
And then another 6 for long-term. Or is it 6, is that part of the 7?
We have 7 full-time positions that are requiring immediate housing needs, and then there'll be some remaining full-time positions. Again, though, if some of those, in fact, 3 or 4 of those involve those positions that could be transitioned out. So as part of that second stage or phase 2 of this project, that really depends on what we do with those positions. Okay, just a quick and dirty, just to give you a rough idea of the properties that I'm going to talk about. This is, as you can see, top of the map is north. You see the Y-dot land, that's the farthest to the south, little blue rectangle there. In fact, I think we all looked at these properties at some point. You certainly saw them at the work session on a map. 4 acres. Then in the, I'm sorry, so where are we at? Okay, so north of the South Park, the red boundary there is obviously the Commission South Park WHMA. To the north of there is the Lower Valley Energy land, that's 8 acres. So as possibilities, there's Y-dot land, 4 acres, Lower Valley Energy land, 8 acres, the 10 acres at the South Park WHMA. We looked at as an option, it's not on this map, but you saw at the work session at the last meeting, the Alpine property, that's 5.12 acres in Alpine. There would be room there for some houses. The department took a good hard look since the work session at the Bondurant property. Right now, I think that just informally, based on the discussions with Director Nesbitt and Deputy Director Bruce and the chiefs, that we're not real keen on trying to build on Bondurant. We're recommending that we don't build on Bondurant, just primarily because of proximity and topography and some things that just make it not an ideal place to put houses on. The value of that property, a question had come up at the work session of the value of that property based on our preliminary work is from $215,000 to $250,000 for the Bondurant property. So, and at the end here, I've got these areas of questions, so I won't lose track of this. I also have my notes available for you as I get into numbers. If you want those, let me know, and I'll just give you a copy of these notes. Those are the properties that we're looking at for potentially building houses. If the commission decides to build houses, that's currently what we've got right there. So as I told you, the bottom line out of the discussions we've been having with the other agencies in Lower Valley Energy, it would involve a collaborative approach of not just building on one property, but perhaps spreading out housing, so it's not all a clump of game and fish houses or a clump of Y-dot houses or Lower Valley Energy. You could spread those out a little bit and use some of these properties as opposed to just having one area to build housing. The next question that came up from the commission was, give us some detailed costs, in particular stick-built versus modular and single-family homes. Right now, based on builders in Jackson and some work by the consultants that I mentioned earlier, modular construction, you're looking at about $130 per square foot. Stick frame construction is high as $400. My estimate, though, for discussion purposes today was $350 per square foot. The other option is some structural insulated panels, those kits type projects in housing at $330 per square foot. The modular construction, $130 per square foot would be the way to go. That would be our recommendation. They look good. YDOT's proposing to move forward with modular construction as well. So something at the end I'll bring back up with the commission to get your perspectives on that. The next question the commission had was, had to deal with specific costs. What are we looking at here? And I'm gonna use that the 7 houses that we have on our short-term high priority needs. That 7, I'm gonna carry this through with these numbers that I've given you to give you some total costs. And of course, these building costs, construction costs, for sure, all the soft costs related to that, the utilities, the sewer, the electricity, all of that's gonna vary as to the property we decide to build. If you decide to build a house on, it'll vary depending on that. It'll vary from if the commission moves forward on your own and just works on projects on your own land. Those costs are gonna be different than if we involve another agency in on that can help share those costs. So it's hard to get estimates, but I've done that. I think I've got some numbers for you to at least give you a good feel to give us some direction. We looked at, and the number I'll carry through here is 1,500 acres, 1,500 square feet that we feel is a single-family home that could address our needs. And so I factored in for the houses that we're needing in the short term, 1,500 square feet house. And so we can mess with that number and obviously recalculate some of these numbers based on your direction here in a little bit. I don't know why we would ever want one that is that many acres, but I can't get that off my mind, so. Okay, those costs that I just gave you too, the square footage costs are backed up by Plan One Architects, Collins Planning Associates, and Nelson Engineering. Other costs, as I mentioned, are gonna depend on the partnership if we do that. I did go ahead, though, to give you guys, to give the commission an idea of what kind of budget we're looking at here if we move forward on construction of homes. I went specifically to South Park. South Park, as you know, is fee title owned by the commission. The first is there's a whole list of county fees and permits. The good news is that there's a Teton County fee waiver policy that's been put into place, and based on our communications with the county, this fee waiver is something that does fit for the commission and WYDOT, state agency, and something they're interested in working on with us. So most of the costs, if not all of the costs for any of these fees will be waived, including planning permit fees, building permit fees, plumbing permit fees, et cetera, et cetera. It goes on. I have a complete list if you want that. The good thing is the county's on board with us, the town's on board with us, and they want to work with the commission. So if you move forward on this, they're going to work with us on those fees. So if we were to, the other costs I worked out for South Park, all the other costs above construction of the home, we have estimated to be about $546,000 for all of the utilities, sewer, electricity, all the utilities. The only thing that 546 does not cover is the road construction. I just didn't get that far. And how we address road construction, we can talk about. In fact, we may even be able to get some get some help from our own Habitat and Access crew on that. That $546,000, again, I'd be happy to give these notes to you as well, so you got this, to work on here after the meeting or later today. It includes $86,000 for electricity, $100,000 for water, and that's a well. Community septic, which is estimated at $150,000. Working on the tapping into the pressurized sewer line, but also cost an additional $185,000. For the gas, there's already a tap that we negotiated with Lower Valley Energy when they came through with an easement right by South Park. We think that the trenching and the lines, according to Lower Valley, would cost about $25,000. You add up all those other costs, it comes up to $546,000. So if you were to move forward, for example, with building 7 homes in their modulars on South Park, that'd be $1.4 million. If you decided to move forward with stick frame, the stick frame being much higher per square foot, you're looking at more like $500,000 for a house is $3.7 million. Go back to modular, you put 7 houses, $195,000 times the 7 houses is 1.4. You add the 546. The total cost you'd be looking at building on South Park is about $1.9 million.
Mr. President and John,
Yes, sir.
it's hard for me not to have this on paper. I mean, I'm kind of a visual person, so, I mean, maybe not today, John, but after this meeting, could you provide us, the list of personnel who may be able to move, the list of personnel you think should stay, the cost estimates for all these different locations, so that we'd have that to ponder and
Yep.
going forward?
You got it. You have got it right now.
I know.
Mr. President, what would be the pros and cons of partnering with these other 2 entities? If you didn't want to create a big industrial-type park where all 3 organizations, what would be any advantage to us? We already own the property. I don't know what there would be an advantage to partnering with them on what would the advantages be?
Advantages would include, Mr. President, Commissioner Dubey, advantages would include lowering overall costs. Another advantage would be the ability to spread out housing, so you don't have a complex of all employees that you work with every day. I think that also politically, I think that anytime you partner, and the department's not proposing we do, we're just telling you that this is an opportunity for you if you want to partner. We have made a commitment that we're going to try to work with YDOT to the greatest extent possible. We just don't know what that looks like right now. But I think that the more you have involved in a collaborative effort, I think more support is going to be generated by all those in the community to do that. Other than that, the problems, and this is a question I'll have for you at the end of when we're done with this discussion, if the commission is adamant about having to own the land in the home, then we need to know that sooner rather than later, because that puts a lot of this partnership stuff off to the side. If you don't want to build a house on somebody else's property, knowing that very soon would really save us a lot of time and money. Those are the advantages I could come up
I
with.
mean, that's what I prefer. I prefer that we operate on our own situation if we can afford to do so. I could see the advantages of partnering, lowering the $546,000 worth of costs.
That's right.
But, I mean, that would be great, but I don't know if it's really that necessary. I mean, I could see us maybe partnering with YDOT on temporary workers, where you have like an apartment-type complex, and, you know, their temporaries, our temporaries, or something like that, working together, as opposed to putting it on there. But personally, I would like to see if we can stay on our own piece of land and do our own thing.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Dubey, one thing I would add is that is one of the things we've talked about is, you know, conceptually is that certainly if you've got a few state agencies that have their own housing, they're based on, you know, fluctuations in employees and where they come from. You could have times when you actually had houses that were vacant. And you could, if you had a partnership, you could, and not that if we built on our own property, we couldn't still have the same kind of partnership, but you could have a situation where, okay, we don't have a game and fish employee slated for this house right now. We're gonna offer it to another state agency to rent it from us while they're there. And then likewise, if we had, you know, an employee that just wanted a small apartment and we didn't build any of those, but YDOT did, you know, potentially that we could, if we were partnered up, we could find a solution with YDOT on. It provides a little bit of flexibility.
Mr. President, Director Nesvik, you know, Deputy Director Kennedy, I'm gonna follow Pete Dubey, and I think there may be other commissioners have expressed this in the past too. If we're gonna, you know, we're gonna spend over $1 million building houses. If we do that, at the end of the day, I wanna own the house and own the land it sits on. You know, and I agree with Brian that maybe we'll have a house that's vacant that YDOT can use, or DFS, or whoever, whatever other state agency that we could lease to them on a short-term basis or something. That doesn't preclude those partnerships, but I don't, you know, whoever, Lower Valley Electric or YDOT, I think it would be a mistake to build houses and invest that kind of money and not own that house and land in fee simple. So I mean, maybe the commission can give that direction today. I'm not prepared to say which piece of land, or we do modulars, or, you know, how many do we need, or those kind of questions till I look at this more written, detailed information you're gonna give us. But I think the commission could give that direction today, maybe. Maybe I'm
If the
way out on
commission,
the edge.
yeah, if the commission does, that's very, very helpful for us to know. I mean, cause like Deputy Director Kennedy talked, I mean, that really helps narrow our focus and gives us some direction from the commission that we can use today, so.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Do we need a motion for that?
That would be great.
Do it.
So I would move that whatever alternative we select for the Jackson housing consideration involve that at the end of the day, the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission and Department own the land and the structure built on that land to address this problem.
Mr. President?
second that.
I would agree with what Pat and Pete are saying. I mean, it only makes sense for this department to own these properties, own these buildings. it would be a lot cleaner deal for this department to go ahead, so I would agree with Richard's second on that, that's the way we move forward.
Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know why we can't narrow it right straight down and say at South Park and eliminate looking anywhere else and be done with it.
There's
So we can move
potential,
along.
Mr. President, Commissioner Dubey, South Park and perhaps Alpine?
Yes.
I would like to leave the Alpine option open as well.
I agree.
I'm actually pleasantly surprised. I thought it was gonna be a whole lot more money. I think it looks much
The
more.
cost for modulars really surprised me. In fact, in 2018, that estimate in the feasibility report that YDOT had prepared was 95 per square feet.
Mr. President? John, could I ask on the stick-built costs, the estimates you gave us are, what were they, like, 350 or so?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are those Jackson contractors, Teton County contractors?
You know, that number is pretty much driven from that community, but I did look statewide, and it was as high as 400 per square foot if you talk to builders in Jackson.
Right. And the reason I ask that is because through this process, I've talked to some builders that I know over in Star Valley, and they're looking at 180 to 200 bucks a square for stick-built homes.
Yeah, in Star Valley, I think what the guidance I got from consulting firms on that was it would decrease at about 15%. It's not quite what you said, but it would be less outside of building
Of
in
Teton.
Jackson.
Yeah, okay.
So John, real quickly on the South Park, you had estimated the infrastructure somewhere around 500 and some thousand?
546,000, yeah, and that's on
46, okay, I see it.
That's on page 3.
Yes.
And what you don't have, and I'd be happy to get this to you here today, is a list of what makes up that 546,000.
Okay.
So, did you vote?
No,
No,
Mr.
no.
President, discussion. Just one thing I want to comment, I think that, you know, if we vote to say that wherever we land, we will own the house and the real property, that does not necessarily preclude partnering with some other entity. I mean, that doesn't mean we have to build on our own land. I mean, there could be a cooperation agreement, for instance, with YDOT. I don't think the YDOT site works because it's too small, but, you know, where our cooperation agreement provides that we're both gonna contribute funds, we're gonna build these houses, and at the end of the day, you know, they deed us the house that we build there. So, I just throw that out. I mean, I don't think my motion and this vote means we absolutely have to build on our property. It appears that that's probably the best thing, but I'm not prepared today to say it's just, let's limit to South Park or Alpine. John and Brian have done a boatload of work, and I wanna look at their numbers. I think there's a lot of information that this commission needs before we finally select a site. I mean, I tend to agree, it probably is South Park, but I wanna look at those figures before I make that leap.
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, that does give us flexibility. I want to be able to, it would be nice for the department to have enough direction to actually move forward to get you the report you need. For example, if we're going to move forward on working with YDOT, based on our evaluation of that property, we actually, I think we could get a couple houses there if we decided we want to do that. When we certainly could at the Lower Valley Energy land as well. But the minute I know that the commission's comfortable with taking a really good hard look at that, I'm gonna let them know, and they're gonna prepare. They have an architect on board that will factor in, and the housing trust that I mentioned earlier, the Affordable Housing Trust, Teton County, they're standing by as well. They're willing to put together the juxtaposition of the homes and the plans and work those detailed costs so that we can come to you and say it's going to cost this much to get 2 houses here or 7 houses here. So the more direction we have, if you know you're going to move forward on South Park, or we'll move forward and spend the money if you're not even sure you want to do it, that's up to you. But it's just nice to have some direction so that we can hire somebody that can do a better job than I can coming up with these numbers for you.
Okay.
So,
Is there any further
Mr.
discussion?
President, I think my motion is at the end of the day, we have to own the property. We're not gonna be a tenant on someone else's property. Hopefully that helps you.
Yes.
But I'm not prepared today to select the site or say it's gonna be South Park for sure, or Alpine. I wanna see what his work is.
So that is the motion. Sherry?
Ground and infrastructure.
Ground and house infrastructure, garages, everything.
Yep, okay, I just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure.
Mr.
that helps.
President, I mean, there's lots of things that we like to partner with people on, people in this room for a project. This is one I don't want to partner with, to be honest with you. I think we need to own our own property, own our own buildings, and control our own destiny.
Mr. President, I strongly agree with that too, Pete. The one question I do have when it comes to that 546,000 on the utilities, the one that could, in my mind, kind of surprise us a little bit is the water situation. Is that something that we feel comfortable with, that 100 grand that you talked about, John? That, I mean, we're well within what we expect to, or is that just a good?
We're comfortable with that right now, comfortable enough to give it to you today.
Okay.
So that's, if worst-case scenario is a community well wouldn't work, and that's a possibility.
Yeah,
In which
and
case
that's
we need to
my
double
question,
that.
yeah. Okay.
So any further discussion on this?
No, that's good direction.
So we have a motion,
Very good.
call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Sherry, do you know how to?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks for all that, John.
Okay, Mr. President, members of the commission, so in addition to what I gave out, Commissioner Crank, what additional questions can we answer for you?
Well, so I haven't had a chance to read this yet,
Okay.
but I really need to know who needs to remain in Jackson and why. I think I probably understand that, but the positions that can move and why. And then we probably need some kind of, I don't know how to characterize it, but demographic data about our existing personnel. Because I had some wonderment when you were explaining why we need 6 houses immediately and we may need 7 in the future. So why is that? And John, I'm guessing it's, you know, some of our personnel are in assisted housing already, or they own their own house, or.
That's right.
So really, I need to understand how that 13 potential houses works.
That's if we were not, I understand. That's if we were not gonna transition anyone out. We have 13 employees currently working out of the office. So you have that information, so we'll be ready to talk when you get that reviewed. Hopefully, I would propose, Mr. President, if you're okay with this, is that we, I work with you offline, and the individual commissioners until then. I don't wanna wait till the next
Absolutely.
meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Then, you know, the cost breakdown of South Park and Alpine and, you know, one thing that hasn't been said, John, and I think we've discussed this before, is that Pete asked, I think, what do we gain by partnering? You know, one of the things I think we could potentially gain by partnering is if, I'm just gonna throw out numbers, if we're gonna build 7 houses, and Whiteout's gonna build 4, and Lower Valley's gonna build 10, whatever the numbers are. It may be that a contractor or an entity from Wyoming, I mean, I want a Wyoming contractor, but could come into Jackson at that volume and complete stick-built houses at less than $300 a square foot. It may be that volume of work and some outside entity could come in and do that. And maybe we gain some savings there, I just don't know. So, those kind of thoughts, John.
And with that, Mr. President, based on the motion that you just passed, we could still have that partnership, with us owning our houses on our land. We could still do that.
Yeah, they could build on our land, they could build on Whiteout's land, they could.
It's all
build on-
within a 5-mile radius.
May be pretty cost effective for an outside contractor to come in and do that versus someone who's already swamped with the market in Jackson.
That's right.
I don't know.
Yeah, good point. Okay, this has been very helpful. Anything else from other commissioners that you want specifically that is not on our radar? I will keep in touch with you on a maybe at least once a week on questions you may have and some information. The other additional information I'll send out, Commissioner Crank, is the detailed costs that make up the 546. And I'll send any other resources I can out to you.
And, you know, how you calculate just your calculations. You gave it to us orally, but
Yep.
please let me see that in writing so I can ponder
Yep,
it.
you got it. It's all based on that 1,500 square feet that I keep saying acres on.
Would it help? So this has come from the bottom up. So the department has identified 6 positions that do not necessarily need to be in Jackson. Would it help the department if the commission made a motion and gave you direction that if, and we're gonna do this by attrition, we're not gonna force someone to
All right.
sell their house in Jackson and move to Pinedale or whatever. So is there, my question is twofold. Is there more work that needs to be done with those positions, or would it help the department if the commission said, when those positions become open by attrition, that they get moved out of Jackson? And the reason why I emphasize, this came from the bottom up. We suggested it. The department has identified these positions do not necessarily need to be in Jackson. So are we ready to pull the trigger on that, or should we wait?
Mr. President, members of the commission, I'd appreciate you waiting on that, so we can provide more information to you on those positions. An absolute in terms of what we do with those could put us in a bind in the future for recruitment.
Okay, that's fair, but if those positions, how about this? Maybe I request this for the commission. If those positions become vacant by attrition, retirements, whatever, that the commission get notified, because I was
Yep.
pretty shocked at the last meeting that every employee we have in Jackson costs us an extra, I believe, $1,900 a month.
For the housing allowance,
Yeah,
1,600.
was it 1,600? So, you know, such as it becomes, if those are not absolutely essential in Jackson and we have the opportunity between attrition, I would ask that you please notify the commission so that the commission could have a healthy discussion with the department about maybe it's time to move that position, or maybe it's not.
Right.
I'd just like to be informed so we could have that talk.
Yeah,
No, is
Mr.
that
President,
fair?
members of the commission,
Absolutely. I mean, that evaluation will happen
it will.
regardless of direction from the commission. I mean, we're keenly aware of the fact that we need to look at
That's fair.
every single one of them, but it doesn't, I mean, you know, if the commission wants to make a motion and vote today, that's certainly additive. It's not, doesn't,
Yeah, it's good business.
yeah.
I think
Thank
that
you.
would be something we do automatically, would analyze that when those positions come up, and I would hate to motion and lock us into doing away with those positions, because a lot can change in 3-4
That's right.
years, so.
Mr. President,
Well, and I just say, we're not doing away with them. This is a fairness issue to our employees, but, you know, we want to make sure that this works for our staff, because we have the most amazing staff in the world, I believe. But, you know, such as it becomes available, the opportunity becomes available, if appropriate, to save $1,600 a month in personnel costs. Everyone ought to look at that really hard. Is that appropriate?
But if we build our own houses, that $1,600 to $1,900 allocation
away.
kind of goes away,
Yes, it does.
so.
well, I guess that's where I was going, and if that goes away, but as a fairness factor, whatever, are we investigating how we're going to handle that? If we're not paying for that, are they going to be paying rent? Is that, you know, those types of things need to be considered, because I
They
think
do.
that should be part of the deal. I mean, not Jackson rental prices, but maybe an average of the
Standard.
state or something like that. Anyway, wanted to bring that up.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Very good direction to us, and we'll get going on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
That's much better than rent a place for 25 years.
Dee Dee Hawks. And this is just information too.
It's just informational.
Get her to, can we do it cheaper?
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the Cody Regional Office and where we're at with that right now. At this point, the contract with Plan 1 is just awaiting Mr. Kennedy's signature to be fully executed. So that will go out to them next week. Our design charrette process is a meeting that we're having next week on Tuesday and Wednesday. And what that is, it's just a fancy word for a whole bunch of brainstorming. We're gonna bring in Services Division people, construction management will be there, the director will be there, the RLT will be there. We'll put everybody in the same room and we'll talk about what the needs are of that region. The director is planning on talking and giving some direction to the team during the charrette process so that we get an understanding of where he's coming from. So that will be next Tuesday and Wednesday.
Being Cody?
That will be in Cody, yep. That will be at the Plan 1 office. If you're interested in coming, we would love to have you.
I would like that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're starting at 10 o'clock on the 21st. But we'll be there all afternoon on that 21st and then probably a little bit on the morning of the 22nd. So we have approximately 20 folks from the Game and Fish plus the State Construction Management. John Rexis, who's been working with us throughout the whole process, is planning on being in attendance as well. So that will be good. Then that will give us a start on what this design process is going to look like, what the building's going to look like, what the functional needs of the building are. The director's been very clear from the very beginning of this process that he wants this building built on functionality and making sure it meets the needs of the region as well as our public up there in that region. As you know, the needs up there are a little bit different just because of the large carnivore activities that go on up there. So we're looking forward to that. Tomorrow we are also interviewing commissioning agents. We'll have 2 interviews for that tomorrow morning. So we'll have a commissioning agent chose by the end of the week and we'll get started on the contract for that position as well. So I forgot to mention at the charrette, we'll also have civil, mechanical, and electrical engineers there, as well as the Plan 1 design team. So we're getting ready to get something concrete and on paper, and pretty excited to get this process rolling. So,
Mr. President, Dee Dee, what's a commissioning agent?
Commissioning agent is, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, a commissioning agent is a third-party assessor who has more in-depth knowledge, especially of like the civil stuff, engineering end of it, making sure that the HVAC is designed properly for the building, making sure one of the problems that we've had in the past with buildings is that we build these buildings and then we have an HVAC system that there's nobody in the region that can service it. So we're getting people from 200 miles away that have to come in and service the HVAC system. So so commissioning agent will help us as a third party, observer to make sure that this process that the engineering part is done correctly and that we have systems that we can actually service locally, take care of, making sure that everything's the right size. Mostly they're a check. They're a check for us. They'll be through the design process as well as the construction process. So they're just a check and balances and make sure that the contractor, that the design team is doing what they're supposed to do. They have a lot more in-depth knowledge, stuff that we wouldn't know if it was right or wrong, and they can help us with that.
What kind of delivery model are you thinking about? Or have you reached a decision on that yet?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, I'm not sure I understand your question. What do you mean by delivery?
Well, when I say delivery model, you in building a building, you can go design, bid, build, where, you design it, hopefully to 90%, and then you put it out and someone bids on it, and then they have to build that building for the $100 they bid. A lot of times depending on the market and inflation rates, you can go with construction manager at risk, where a construction manager comes in and says, I will build this building for X, but that construction manager then has the ability to change the specifications, as I understand it. So instead of Pella windows, he might select Anderson windows. to bring the project in on, for the,
Sure.
what he tells us up front he can build this building for. And then there's a third that escapes me right now, but, so,
We'll be going through the first process. We'll have a full set of designs that will go out for the bidding process in November.
okay, have you explored with construction management what's the best delivery model in this environment?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, we have not had that exact discussion, but we will be with them on Monday, so I will, with them on Tuesday, so I will have that conversation with them.
And I mean, I just ask these questions, because I'm not a construction expert at all, but never heard of a commissioning agent?
Commissioning agent, yes, sir.
Generally, the architect has for his fee and his design that he does on the building, he contracts with a civil, with civil, mechanical, all the engineers necessary, and, I'm wondering why we need this third party.
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, we have found through experience, we actually hired a commissioning agent at the end of the construction period in Laramie, and there were quite a few items that the commissioning agent identified that needed to be fixed before we signed off on the final walkthrough. In the long run, the items that they identified that needed to be fixed more than paid for the cost of the commissioning agent, and just we decided that on this project it would be worthwhile to bring somebody in at the beginning so we could make sure that the designs are what we want, what we need, and the function of the region.
Pat, I think it was my understanding that this was not gonna be a design build, but rather a competitive, full and open competitive bid. Is that right?
Absolutely, Mr. President, yep. We will design, it will have a 100% design package that will go out for bid once Plan 1 is done with that design process.
So this delivery commission, is that what you,
Commissioning agent.
I don't know.
commissioning agent are they gonna be responsible for construction management then?
No, they won't be responsible for it, but they will help oversee the construction part. The Plan 1 will still be responsible for construction management, and that is part of their bid process that we accepted, a couple months ago, so.
Because I've never heard of that either, in regards to what Pat's talking about, and I don't know if it's necessary or if it's just an added cost.
It's an added it is definitely an added cost, but it's also a really good check on the quality, the quality control of the project to make sure everything is done correctly.
Mr. President. Dee Dee, you said that in the Laramie project, they came in kind of at the end of that project,
Yes, sir.
and that they did find some discrepancies and some things that weren't quite right. So they changed those? They had those changed?
Yes, sir.
Was that changed according to what was planned on being built, or did they find out that the HVAC system wasn't sufficient enough, so to speak, or for example, so they changed the HVAC system?
Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, in most instances, it was stuff that wasn't built exactly to specs.
To the spec, okay.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what there was, but there was a couple small items that they said, this is built to spec, but it might be better if you did A
Okay,
type of thing, so, and we were able to do that within the same.
within the budget.
Within the same dollar amount that was bid for it, so.
So the idea being that this person is kind of like what we call in the oil field, an inspector.
Yeah,
Got a
exactly.
set of specifications, and he makes sure that those specifications are followed, and if there's improvements that he can offer to be made to get a better end product, he can deliver that before we build it and have to come back and change it out.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're after?
Yep,
That's
yep,
what we're
Mr.
doing.
President, Commissioner Schmidt, that's exactly what it is. It's just a really great, this is a very important project. It's a relatively expensive project, so we just wanted to make sure that the quality control is there, for the regional folks, for our public, to make sure it is done and done well and done correctly.
Very good,
Mr.
thanks.
President, maybe my confusion is, you called this person a commission agent? you know, many people building expensive projects like this hire an independent construction manager, someone who understands the building of a $10 million building and, you know, and how that works. And if you don't have the internal expertise, you hire a construction manager who looks over the shoulder of the architect, the civil engineer, the mechanical engineer, the general contractor. So is that what we're hiring here?
Yep, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
So it's a glorified building inspector.
Yeah, probably, yes, sir.
They're watching out for our best interest, correct? They're
What-
watching out for our best interest.
Absolutely, yep. They are hired by us, not the architects, not the engineers. They are,
The contractor.
yep, not the contractor. They are our employee. They report directly to us.
Very good.
So with that understanding, Dee Dee, I think that's a great idea. I mean, we don't have the internal expertise to build buildings,
Mr.
particularly
President,
buildings of
Commissioner
this
Crank,
magnitude.
that is exactly correct. We have some great folks in our engineering branch, but, you know, that type of construction is not something that any of them have the expertise to go through, especially when you start counting civil engineering, mechanical engineering. I mean, the list goes on, so. Any other
Very good.
questions?
No.
I like it.
Thank you, Dee Dee.
Thank you, guys, appreciate it.
Angie?
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, Commissioners, today I'm going to give you an update on our strategic plan and more specifically on our implementation plan and those projects that you guys approved back last in March in our budget request. But before I jump right into those, I'd like to just take a moment to step back and talk about how we got here to begin with. So the commission approved our strategic plan last year when it was completed. The strategic plan outlines 6 goals that align with our mission. And really I look at the strategic plan it's strategic, it's not comprehensive, but it sets direction for the department, where we can grow, where we have opportunities. It's based on public input and department staff input with the goal of meeting our mission and functions in the most efficient and effective way we can do that. So with that, just briefly about the goals. Again, it aligns with conserving wildlife and serving people. And the time frame for this plan, we look about that 5 to 10 year period before diving back in and amending it or redoing it. So specifically, the 3 goals that align under conserving wildlife are listed here. I'm not going to dive into each one of those. I just want to remind you what those are. And serving people, the 3 goals there as well. And so implementation plan. So I look at a strategic plan with those goals of really outlining what we want to achieve. And then when we get to the implementation plan, which this one's just an annual plan, 1-year time frame, I look at this really telling us how we're going to achieve that goal or how we're going to move the needle and make some progress on those individual goals. So with that said, it's really important that our implementation plan and those projects align really closely with the strategic plan. What we do when we come up with those implementation plan items is we have a very comprehensive department process that we use to formulate it. And then as we go through and have that final plan, we'll bring it to you guys, as we did last March, to get approval for any of those that have a fiscal request on them. And so I'm going to talk through each of these projects that you guys approved and just give you a little status update on where we are with them. So first of all, expand the capacity of the Law Enforcement Bureau program. There's 2 key things here with a patrol cabin and a game warden station. The patrol cabin, the materials have been purchased and a major remodel is underway. And this is occurring at the station at Paint Rock in the Cody region. The second one here, though, was a new game warden station that was predicted that was needed. However, when we talk about personnel in a few minutes, the personnel direction that they went with did not require a new game warden station. So this was not implemented. Next, the management of commission-owned and administrated lands. There's a list of projects here. The South Park Bridge is completed entirely, and then the rest of them are under contract with an expected construction to begin after the spring closures have opened back up. The one exception to that is the Big Fork diversion at the Yellowtail Wildlife Habitat Management Area, and this one is still in the design phase. It's really close to having that design finalized, with expected to be bid out then later this summer. So just a reminder too, kind of on our time frame, since we're early January, we're about 6 months into this plan. So as I talk through and say these are accomplished, that's a really good checking off our box, but there's still some work to do on some of them. So the last one is related to our chronic wasting disease, and this is a contract for that collaborative process you guys have heard about. So this contract was with the Ruckelhaus Institute to help us facilitate that working group. As you heard earlier today, that's almost to an end. I think comments are due today, and then that working group is expected to meet one more time in early February. So the next couple projects fall under stream restoration and fish passage. The first one, that Horse Creek project, the design is complete. It's ready to go to bid, and the completion time is expected, the whole project to be completed later this fall. The Dick Creek Fish Barrier Diversion Project, this was a contract for that $50,000 to hire a consultant to help evaluate the project and do some preliminary design. You possibly will see more of this project in the future as they go through maybe a phased project for implementation. It's really large in scope. The next one is the Access Yes recognition of landowners. 20 years to celebrate this program. So the goal here is to not only celebrate those successes, but also to help promote the program going forward. So this last year, several press releases, a video for TV have all been completed, an article for the magazine, and a whole suite of other communications items is planned for this coming year. There will be special recognition of these 228 landowners in person. They will be presented a sign for their property, and those will occur at various public events throughout the state this coming year. The next one is the statewide migration corridor work, and this is a specific research project with Dr. Arthur Middleton. It's a 2-year research project that's focused on understanding predator-prey interactions in elk ecology, specifically being done in the Shoshone and Graybull valleys. They have 1 year of coloring work that occurred last winter, and any day now they're going to be starting that 2nd year of work, so well underway. The Mule Deer Initiative. You guys heard a lot about this at the last meeting, so I won't speak too much on it. There were 10 projects that you guys approved in each of the mule deer, in 10 different mule deer initiative herds, and those will be starting to get on the groundwork this spring. And lastly, for projects, this fiscal process improvement that you've heard quite a bit about from Mr. Phipps, and that assessment has been completed, and now it's moving into implementation phase. So this next set of projects really has to do with increasing capacity within the department. And you'll notice on there I have FTE. FTE means full-time employee, basically adding additional personnel. And all of these have been implemented with one exception. And so the first one, the AIS Rapid Response Plan Development, you heard more about that this morning. And this position is key for not only program management, but also to ensure that we get those rapid response plans completed. Expanding the capacity of the law enforcement program. There's 2 FTEs here, and one of them has been on board, and that is a game warden coordinator located to meet the needs out of southeast Wyoming. He is stationed in Wheatland with the Laramie region. The second one, however, we were unsuccessful in hiring an investigator. We just didn't have any applicants that met our needs. And so the Wildlife Division has taken a step back. They're going to increase their recruitment efforts. And then they're also looking at the timing of when that position opening will be. And they're targeting more of a spring date, hoping that for someone to get there and get resettled, it will align better and that they'll have more interest. The Terrestrial Habitat Program, there's 2 FTEs there. Green River and Laramie were both filled, and this really fills in the gap for the state for habitat management where there's some gaps, and now the entire state is more complete. Statewide migration corridor work, a person's been hired, they're working out of Pinedale, and this is really to help us implement the migration corridor strategy, work on roadway projects, and do really on-the-ground habitat work and coordinate efforts. So far, they've even really tackled some additional funding through grant opportunities as well. And last there, chronic waste disease. These were 2 temporary positions to really work in the lab and help us process those samples. So where do we go from here? Like I said, that was an annual plan. And we've already since December have been looking at projects for next year's plan that we'll be bringing to you in March. In looking at this, there's a lot of overlap because it's we're starting one plan, we're still working on another. So we've made a decision to make that next plan 2 years instead of just 1 year. I think it'll help us a lot better. A lot of these that you'll notice coming forward are multi-phases, where maybe the first phase we're looking for efficiencies, and then the second phase we're implementing. And so therefore it can be maybe better aligned if we go 2 years instead of just 1. So again, what we plan on doing is we are in the final stages of having a draft plan, and we'll be bringing you those projects in the March budget discussion. That's it. Any questions?
Mr. President, Angie, as I recall, during our chronic wasting disease outreach, the question came up about should we study chronic wasting disease in feed grounds in that process, or was that a big enough question that we put it off and did it after the first wave of chronic wasting disease study? So where are we at on that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Crank, great question. So yeah, there was some discussion in the big group, but exactly what you said. The goal was to do a deeper dive specifically on that issue, and they are working on formulating that and starting that effort here in March. So it will mostly be carried out in the calendar year of 2020.
Who are they?
It will be our staff, similar to the other, but we will be looking at opportunities to put group together to do a similar effort as the cooperative effort that occurred with the statewide plan, maybe on a different scale, maybe a little bit different than how that operated. They're still working out those details on how it can be most effective.
So will they be prepared to report to us in March about where they want to go and how they're going to do it?
We can you're good with that? Yeah.
Commissioner President, Commissioner Craig, I think they're working through the region now, looking at who they would like to engage in leading this process from an outside entity. We could probably give you a good overview of what we're thinking and where we're going, but to have it right down in the weeds, we're probably not quite there yet. But Brad Hovengate, the regional supervisor in Jackson, has it on his radar and has been working to address this. And as Deputy Director Bruce said, we plan on implementing this in early to mid 2020 and get that feed ground process rolling.
Okay. Would you please make sure that gets on the calendar so that you can provide us where you're at? I mean, that's a really important question. We need to be as transparent about that as we've been this year with regard to what a incredible threat chronic wasting disease is to our wildlife herds, and that, you know, the issue of feed grounds and those issues always come up. We need to study it, gain significant public input, and try to figure it out.
And tentatively, our plan is to actually bring the CWD management plan probably to the March commission meeting, but we'll have a better idea after the final CWD working group meeting in February, and that presentation will definitely include where we're going with feed grounds.
Okay.
Angie, thank you.
Could I get one more question, Angie? On our mule deer initiative, remind us what year we're in on that 5-year plan? can't
Mr.
remember.
Chairman, Commissioner, I think I can answer this. So you recently renewed that. So we had
Okay,
the 5 years, and then we're looking at an additional 5 years. Is that correct, Wildlife? Yeah.
I think we're in year one.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
So year 1 of the second 5 years?
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Angie. Let's take a quick break before we got, is that okay? start with the mildew? We've got a representative from the Mulder Foundation, and they're going to present the department with a check. So we'll do that now. Can the representative from Mulder come up?
President Rail, Director Nesbitt, and Commissioners. Commissioner Ladwig gave us Commissioner's tag last year, and with some of the proceeds we made from that, we're gonna give $5,000 to new Wyoming Wildlife Fund that you guys created. So hopefully
very
that'll be a
nice.
good start to help you guys out. I know you need a lot more so you can get there, but we're more than willing to help where we can. And I'd just like to thank Commissioner Ladwig for his support and all of you guys for making this foundation possible.
Very nice.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Very much.
Hey, David.
Wildlife Fund.
David, they want a photo.
Photo.
Photo, David.
Appreciate it.
What's that? Well, I think it'd be good, we got two members here. And so, Richard, and then our two board members,
Right.
and you would be great.
All right, let's do it.
Is Penny still, yeah, Penny's here, Bruce?
And I'm still.
Yeah, it is.
What if somebody has already got it?
That's where I'm at. I still have 4 to give out.
Okay. I do my glasses.
Got my mind.
I can't read.
Right turn.
Okay, next on the agenda would be John again.
Good morning, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. We were intending to bring the Munger Mountain Conservation Easement donation as an authorization to proceed item. We'd like to table that and bring it back to the commission at a later date. The Conservation Fund, who is working on this project, is still securing their funding for that easement, so until that time, we'd like to just pull this back at the moment, and we'll bring it back when they've got that all taken care of. Commission is okay with that.
Is the commission okay with that?
Sure, you want a motion? Do you need a motion
I
or
don't
just
think we need a motion. we
agreement?
just-
Great.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Sean. Meredith Wood.
Mr. President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt, Meredith Wood, CFO, presenting agenda item number 8 regarding employee health insurance. The department was notified at the end of September 2019 that there was going to be a rate increase for employee health insurance to the tune of 12%. We did an evaluation on what the needs would be for the current fiscal year FY20, and it approximates to $260,000. So I'm here to request commission authorization to increase the FY20 standard budget by $260,000 to accommodate this health insurance increase.
So moved.
So second.
Any discussion?
Just a informational question, really, Meredith. Is that typical that we see that increase, or is that a surprise for us?
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, we haven't seen an increase in several years, and the fund is short. So this is the first of likely a couple other increases in the near future, but it's a significant adjustment to a lack of a progressionary increase.
Thank you.
Health insurance will not go down, we know that. Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith, thank you. Greg?
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. We have 3 licensed selling agent transactions we'll talk about this morning. And The first one is we have a application for a new licensed selling agent in Sundance by the name of Sundance Hardware and Sporting Goods. Everything's in order. There were 2 licensed selling agents that were in Sundance, and now there's 1 because the previous one, Off the Grid Sports, they turned in their stuff and decided not to do it anymore, and they sold the business. So this is the new business that bought that place. So the department's recommendation is to approve that licensed selling agent in the Sundance area, which will give them 2 licensed selling agents totaling about $91,000, $92,000 a year in sales.
Move to approve.
Motion? Seconded? Any discussion? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye. Sundance.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Greg.
The second one this morning, Mr. President, is a transfer of ownership for the Buckboard Marina in Green River, Wyoming. The temporary approval for the transfer has been in place, and we're asking this morning for the final approval for the transfer of ownership. So all is in place, about $7,700 a year in licensed sales at the Buckboard Marina out of Green River.
Mr. President, I'd move the transfer of that licensed selling agent.
It's been motioned, seconded. Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Greg.
The third item, Mr. President, is Walmart number 1457 out of Riverton, Wyoming. The agent was late in remitting their annual bond, which by statute is due on December 1st. It was due December 1st, 2019, to be a licensed selling agent in 2020. They were late on their bond payment, so they're required to reapply. We have their reapplication packet, and their licensed sales are approximately $148,000 a year, and we're asking the commission to approve their reapplication.
Any discussion, motion?
Are there any other fees involved when they reapply? Are there initiation fees or whatever that they had to pay for, or just a process?
Mr. President, Commissioner Doobie, it's just a process.
So really, they didn't have any penalty for being late?
Other than they've been turned off since they missed that bond. They've been turned off basically all of January.
Do we have a motion to approve this?
I so move.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded. Any discussion? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you.
Wait, I want to vote against it.
Oh, you did. Any opposed?
Yes, aye. Motion carries.
So noted. Transfer Marina.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You did that because I did that in Sheridan, didn't you?
No, I continue to believe that people who have very clear rules on what's necessary to sell licenses in the state of Wyoming ought to follow them, and there's no excuse for not putting your bond in your application or paying us the money they've collected from the public, so feel very strongly about that.
I agree with that, but I also agree with the fact that we do allow people to reapply, and we do accept that more often than not.
Should be a penalty, though.
I won't argue that. Thanks, Greg. So we're going to Dan?
What's that?
So we're going to down to Aaron's.
Oh, we're whipping and tearing.
How about
I think
Rick?
we could do Greg.
Rick?
He hasn't done this item, he just did that one.
Greg again.
We can.
Oh, no, we don't want to do that one till after lunch. That's gonna take a while.
Mr. President, members of the commission, the last commission meeting in November from POW, I was tasked to provide an update on where we are with the electronic payment capability for our licensed selling agents. And an update of the work we've done up to this point and the work that remains to be done with an anticipated date where we'll be rolling out billing through the electronic means. So I'll take you through where we're at. You can see our efforts since the 21st of March of 19 through where we're at today in January. And it ranges from determining options to receiving, NACHA files from the State Treasurer's Office, our work with the State Treasurer's Office, and also the work with Wells Fargo Bank. We've got some internal licensing and IT processes that we've worked on, and of course received some emphasis from the commission in November. We had a great breakthrough actually this month with an internal meeting that we held on the 3rd of January, and then a meeting with Wells Fargo Bank as recent as yesterday. So basically, that in that meeting with Wells Fargo Bank, the next step in the process, and you can see along the right-hand side of the slide with product and status, and then the way ahead is there's a banking questionnaire that we need to fill out and submit to the bank. This questionnaire contains a lot of different things, account numbers, banking information for us and Treasurer's Office, who our agents are going to be, all those types of things. So we're working on that. We'll get that submitted by the end of January. Once the bank receives the questionnaire, then their process is they receive the questionnaire, make sure it's complete, they pass it to their implementation team. The implementation team then goes to work on like programmer to programmer coordination for establishing connectivity to the banking standards, which once that is complete, then will be issued what's called a company ID and an ACH file identification. Once that's done, then we enter into the testing and validation portion with the bank. And then once all those requirements are met, we've accomplished the front-end work to where we know our financial communications back and forth to the bank are solid. We have the reports that we need to be able to conduct our internal operations and communicate with the licensed selling agents, giving them the ability to opt in to this payment method. So the next step is getting that questionnaire in. Again, that'll be by the end of the month. Then we enter into a programming and testing phase, which I just described, and that'll run from 1 February through the 22nd of March. And then we should start our first billing cycle with our LSA volunteers, the pilot, on the 23rd of March. And then that'll give us 1 week to look at those weekly licensed selling agents that reconcile and pay every week. On the 30th of March will be our first cycle with monthly for the April billing period. So that's where we are moving forward with the electronic payment capability for our licensed selling agents.
Mr. President?
Yes.
How many volunteers do we have to try this out?
President, Commissioner Doobie, we have 5 identified, and they're from around the state. 2 of them are weekly licensed selling agents, the rest are monthly. I do have those written down, just not in front of me, but we do have 5 identified. 3 are confirmed.
And how long will that run?
the weekly agents, that billing cycle will be from starting on the 23rd of March. And then that'll be cleared up that same week. So, you know, we'll know for sure that our weekly billing cycles are good. And then we'll come back on March 30th and conduct the billing for our first monthly agents for the month of April.
It's just one cycle.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions?
Mr. President?
Yes.
So, Greg, I gotta give you a big pat on the back. I mean, I think originally you thought that this probably couldn't be implemented until July, August 2020, and you've obviously really worked hard to pull this back. I mean, to be able to pull off this project within about a year is an amazing piece of work by you and your staff and the department. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Commissioner.
President. Greg, at some point will we have all LSAs, will this be mandatory for them to use this?
We've had some, Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt, we've had some discussion on that, and we haven't found anything in statute yet, but there's ethical considerations, you know, with that. Is that the right thing to do? You know, what would the forcing mechanism be? What would the legalities of that be? So and really the licensed selling agent has to give us permission to swipe their account, is how this works. So having an opt-in feature for our licensed selling agents is probably the best solution right now. Now, we expect that, you know, once we get through our billing cycles on those piloted licensed selling agents, of course, we're going to do a full court press, marketing, communicating with our licensed selling agents, demonstrating how much easier their life could be to accomplish our objectives with timely payments and, you know, just it's a more efficient business model.
Mm-hmm.
And we anticipate, we've even set a goal for ourselves that after, you know, in our measures of effectiveness and measures of performance with this, that we'd like to get within the first year our licensed selling agent participation to greater than or equal to 80%, first year out of the box. And then we think that'll deliver an initial reduction in late payments of at least 30% in that first year. So those are kind of our initial annual goals with that, Commissioner Schmidt.
Thank you.
Mr. President, so I think the whole idea is that at some stage, I believe this pilot program's great. Let's figure it out, make sure it works and works efficiently. Let's sell it to our partners. But at some stage, the commission just, I think, has to say, this is the only way you're a licensed selling agent. I mean, the whole problem that created this switch is that, you know, irresponsible few cause grief and added expense to the department. And, you know, I just think at some stage it has to be mandatory that this is how you're going to pay the department for these license sales.
Thanks for all your work, Greg.
Yeah.
And your staff.
Thank you, Greg. You're getting us out of the dark ages.
One step at a time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Craig, real quickly, back on Agenda 9, or actually Agenda 9. You know, Pat brings up an interesting point regarding Walmart. And then I talked to Pete, and he confirms that and verifies that point. You know, when we have somebody like Walmart that fails to make a payment, how disruptive is that to you? Does it, and your staff, is it kind of a pain in the rear to reinstate that?
Mr. President, the reinstatement period, okay, so the question was how big of a pain is it? Pretty significant. So our process, once, you know, an agent misses their payment by the 10th or misses their bond payment by December 1st, then, you know, we've got a process that we follow. So the first process is our licensing accountants roll up all of those stats. Hey, here's all the missing bond payment agents, and here's all the missing late payments. And then we start a series of internal communications. It starts between my licensing accountants and myself. We look at their payment history, those types of things. You know, payment in full, you know, how many times were they short on a payment? We look at all those factors. And then, okay, we'll do we call it a soft turn off. So, hey, they've missed their payment. We're going to turn them off softly so that the impact to the license selling agent is they initially feel the pain on the ground. Hey, I can't sell anything. What's going on? Then our licensing accountants, you know, they contact all the license selling agents right away, and usually we get the payments in. If we're not getting the payments in through that soft turn-off procedure, then we call the commissioners, hey, or send an email. Hey, here's what's going on. Are you good if we go ahead and do a turn-off? If that's good, you know, again, we're still collecting payments in the background. And then as they're up, you know, say it's a single anomaly due to a snowstorm in southwest Wyoming, which has happened to us. Their mail's routed through Utah. So on their best day, if they print their invoice on the 1st, write the check, and put it in the mail, it takes 9 days to get here, and it's due on the 10th. That's if everything works perfect. One snowstorm, bang, they're going to have a late payment. So some of those types of issues we work out with the commissioners, and we've had licensed selling agents contact the commissioners direct, and we've had those discussions. So once we work through all of that, if they have 3 late payments in a 12-month period, then we turn them off, and they actually have to come before the commission if they remain interested in being a licensed selling agent. We've seen that before. So it's a lot of internal effort is really what I'm trying to communicate to the commission.
It's a burden.
It is, and there's specific processes that determine, okay, a licensed selling agent coming back from the dark side for 3 late payments in a 12-month period, that's pretty significant for them. You know, in this case, you know, Walmart reapplying because they missed their bond payment. A lot of communications between my license accounting and Walmart, you know, and it's pretty significant.
I'd like to note too that Greg himself has called me several times, and I'm sure he's called every one of us. So he's active himself. It's not something he takes lightly. He doesn't pass it on. I appreciate that, and the reason I bring this up is because Pete brought something up, is maybe there should be a penalty that they have to be assessed before we activate their service again. I mean, not that we're not trying to hurt them, but we're trying to remind them that this is it. I mean, whether it's 100, 250, whatever it may be. I think that's something we need to consider, and I don't know what the process would be, but I don't mean to make this a lengthy agenda, but anyways. go ahead.
Well, and maybe this will solve that problem.
It's gonna help, for sure.
Yeah.
Should help.
Thank you, Greg.
And Mr. President and the commission, if that's something you would like us to take a look at, we could certainly look at, you know, what would those penalties be, you know, figure out the statutory authorities with that, and the regulatory authorities for the next Chapter 31 change, if you would like us to look at options there.
I would appreciate that. I hate to add more workload to you, but if it can be done, I'd certainly, how about the commission? Would that be okay?
Yeah, sure.
Sounds good.
That's good.
Mr. President, and maybe something back to what Pat said earlier, maybe the penalty is after you get turned off and you want to get turned on, and this electronic system proves viable, that then it does become
penalty.
mandatory. We'll reinstate your licensing ability at a mandatory electronic payment system.
Good idea, Ralph.
So they don't get to hang us out anymore for those $10,000 or $20,000 at a time.
Any more questions? Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that very much.
Good work.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, we'll adjourn for lunch now, and what?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock we'll be back, so it's 5 till 1 o'clock. Welcome back, all.
Go ahead and turn the time over to Dan. Yep, we're back in session, and Dan Bjorn.
We're back in session. Dan, can you take over, please?
President Rael, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, Dan Bjornley is going to present our Chapter 3 Black Bear regulations. Most of you have seen Dan before. Dan's got over 20 years of experience working specifically with bears. He's been with us for over 15 years as a full-time employee, and so I'll have Dan come up here and talk to you about black bears.
Thank you.
And Dan to Dan.
President
And
Rael, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, we're here to, there we go. Talk a little bit about the black bear hunting seasons. So we do our season setting every 3 years for black bears and mountain lions, and so we're up for our cycle for 2020 to 2022. So I'll go through just a little bit about the process and some of the monitoring that we do in the state, and then we'll go up to talk about proposed changes. Which direction to point this? Is it not on? Yeah, that'd probably be it. Now it'll work. All right. So, season setting process, very similar to mountain lions, which we did just this past spring. Large carnivore section summarizes harvest data. We consult with the region about mortality limits. We take into account things like the regional expertise analyses, public input. We have our public meetings that we hold in each of the regions. Data and trends on the population. I'll go through and summarize a lot of that in Lander, and then I go around to the different regions for all those public meetings. And then we also take into account things like interactions with wildlife species, potential predation issues, human-bear conflicts, things like that. So just that's rough. Sorry about that.
That was me, I think, coughing.
What that was. Just a summary of statewide black bear harvest over the past 20 or so years. And as you can see, we've got a pretty steady increase over time. It's going up. Just this past year, harvest kind of leveled off, but in actuality, this is just legal hunter harvest. This year was a pretty big year for mortalities from other sources like damage, road kills, all kinds of things like that. So 2019 was actually a record mortality year. We topped 500 black bear mortalities for the first time. And so this figure is kind of deceiving in looking like things are tailing off, and it didn't. We had pretty steady mortalities. And the source of that, by far, is, there we go, hunter harvest. This is the line of actual number of black bear licenses sold in the state over the past 25 years as well. We don't have the numbers from 2019 yet, but it's a really solid 10% success rate over time. It doesn't vary hardly at all, except for a few years you can see right here, where we might have had some really bad food years, things like that. 2019 was also a pretty bad food year, and we had a lot of damage mortalities. Natural food sources were berries and things like that. Took a pretty big hit in the spring, and so we didn't have a whole lot of food for them in the fall, and so that contributed to that big boost in damage mortalities and road kills and things like that. Hunter satisfaction numbers, we kind of look at these too as part of our season setting just to see what hunters are feeling. This is from 2018 because we don't have 19 numbers yet. Similar to previous years though, and pretty high satisfaction overall, especially non-residents, but take home is we really have very, very few dissatisfied black bear hunters in Wyoming. It seems like folks are either neutral or they're pretty positive about our seasons. So for our harvest criteria, we look at a lot of different things, like I had mentioned earlier. But as far as the numbers go, what we look at is the ratios of males to females and adults to subadults in the harvest. And and it's based on that vulnerability where adult males tend to be the more dominant bears. They tend to be a little bit more vulnerable to harvest. If we see a lot of those bears in the harvest, we tend to look at that as a trend of a pretty robust bear population. They're doing pretty well. It's pretty strong. If we start to see more females in the harvest, then we're indicating that hunting is having more of an impact on that population, and the numbers are being held down a little bit. And then as you get more and more females, that harvest impact is starting to be seen a little bit more. So we look at those numbers throughout all the different regions, all the different hunt areas, and we try to look at those in a progression, like I have on this figure here, where we look at the males first and then females, and see how things are doing. So we go through all the different hunt areas for these harvest criteria. But in addition to that, what we just started back in 2015, we actually started a more directed population monitoring protocol that we've been doing in different areas around the state. And so we're using density and abundance information from DNA hair snare work that we're doing, and then we can assess the annual percent mortality that we are taking in these populations, and then adjust our limits accordingly, either up or down, depending on where we find the populations. And so we do some radio collaring, as this figure shows here. We put some radio collars on, and then we do some hair snares the following year to try to assess what the bears are doing. So we started the two areas that we've completed so far are the Grays River and the Sierra Madres. And we did the hair snare work in the Grays in 2016 and the Sierra Madres in 2018. And so we have all the results from those. What it entails is basically what you see here. A bear, we put a barbed wire corral around a little scent lure, and then the bear crawls through, leaves some hair on the barbed wire. We take that and we send it into the lab. They give us the number of individuals that we detected in these hair snares, and then we use some modeling to try to estimate the population density and then abundance within the area that we sampled. So just to show you quick here where those areas are. This is where we worked in the Grays River, basically from the Hoback down to about LaBarge. All the little triangles were actually our hair snare sites, so each one of those triangles had one of those barbed wire corrals in it. In the Sierra Madres, we did pretty much the entire Sierra Madre range because it's a much smaller area. And so we had 54 sites here in the Sierra Madres. And so we take those numbers from what we get, and in the case of the Grays River, what we've got here is we got 66 unique individuals that we detected, and then through our modeling, we can assess the density at about 6.8 bears per 100 square kilometers, and an estimate of about 237 bears for that area within that blue circle that I showed you before. For the Sierra Madres, a little bit higher density actually. We got about 11 bears per 100 square kilometers, and so an estimate right there. And what we can do with that then is take this and kind of look at in relative terms where these are. So the Grays River is quite low compared to a lot of other populations around in the Rocky Mountain West. Sierra Madres tends to fall kind of right in the middle and is very similar to a study that was done just across the border in northern Colorado. So very similar, and we can look at those and then get what percentage of the annual mortality are we taking from this population during our hunting seasons, and then make some adjustments accordingly. And we can look at what sustainable mortality is, get an estimate of that based on the reproductive parameters of the population. So for the Grays, it's about 18%, and our harvest in the Grays has averaged from 2014 to 18 about 31%. Whereas in the Sierra Madres, reproductive parameters suggest about 22% would be sustainable, and we've been around 16. So we can use those data from either of these populations to make some recommendations on where we would have for potential seasons coming up in this next 3-year cycle. And so that's actually what we did for our proposals this year. We started the Bighorns this past summer, 2019, with some radio collars. We'll do the Laramie Range collaring this coming summer, and then go back and do hair snares in each one of those in the years 2021 and 22. And then potentially make our way to the Snowies and revisit the Grays possibly as well. Hopefully be able to continue to monitor this population, these populations around the state, and get some good information on black bear populations and our harvest as well. So as far as the seasons go for 2020 to 2022, there really haven't been a lot of proposed changes. There's some clarification of regulations, definitions that are already in Chapter 2 General Hunting Regulation or other sections of Chapter 3 Black Bear Regs. So a lot of simplifying and clarifying there, as well as clarifying some language about checking a bear and not changing it from 3 days to 72 hours to make it a little bit more specific. And then the placement of baits. Our previous season setting cycle, we had a requirement that hunters had to provide GPS coordinates and actually place a bait to hold their registered bait site. And there was some confusion about whether they had to do both, so it's more clear now that yes, you do have to do both of those things in order to hold your bait. And then you can use a sportsman. The proposal would be to use a sports person ID number in place of your name or your license number to identify your bait site. And then a couple of boundary changes proposed, areas 31 and 32, and then Hunt Area 7 southern boundary. And I've got a little map here to show you that. Area 1 and 32, the proposal would be to move it from this black line here to the yellow line, which is along the Grable River right there. And, or the Bighorn River right here. And going on the west side, that would actually shift then into Area 32. And because the reason for that was we had some conflict in these areas here, but often we couldn't direct hunters toward those bears because Area 1 would close so early that they wouldn't be able to get in there. This area would be closed. So by shifting it over, it would be in Area 32, which doesn't have a limit, and so it wouldn't be closed. That area is a sagebrush basin country, not real great black bear habitat. Similar rationale for Area 7. The proposal would be to cut off the south end of Area 7 along the highway through Sabile Canyon, Highway 34. And so the area on the south end of that would then become part of Area 35, which is that statewide hunt area that also has no limit, and the season would run, through June 15th in the spring and October 31st in the fall, like the rest of the area there. And that would be to try to be able to focus a little bit of reducing the impact of that southern area on the Hunt Area 7 limits. So as far as harvest limit proposals, the proposals are up here highlighted in yellow. Would be to change the fall season in the Bighorns, northern end of the Bighorns, Area 1 and 2 from 6 to 8, increase of 2 there. Shifting a limit in Area 7 from 4 in the spring, 6 in the fall to just 5 and 5, equal both sides. And then hunters 8 and 9 would both see some increases. 7 in the spring, 10 in the fall for Area 8, and 9 in the spring, 10 in the fall for Area 9. So, we're looking at some modest increases there, but that Hunt Area 9 area, Sierra Madres areas, Area 9, and these limits would be exactly at that sustainable mortality of 21% right there. And so would be a pretty good fit for what our population monitoring has shown. For the western half of the state, the only proposed change would be to reduce the Grays River area from 30 in the spring to 24, which is our original proposal about 6 years ago, was to increase it at the time to 24. And through discussions, it was increased to 30. Now, because of some of the information we have on that population monitoring, we propose to bring that back down to our original proposal of 24 and stabilize that population as it was declining fairly quickly, I think. So, Just to graphically show you where these changes are taking place, increases in the Bighorn, Sierra Madres, and Snowies, just shifting numbers in the Laramie Range Area 7, and then a decrease in the Grays. Batteries or something. So our public meetings, we had 11 public meetings. 9 of these, we actually had black bear discussions. We did not in Rollins or Du Bois, but there were comments provided from some of the folks there. Total attendance was 109. These meetings also had discussions over the collection of shed antlers and the firearms cartridges, chapters 61 and 32 as well. So this is not just attendance for black bears. For black bears, we only had 8 total comments statewide, written or online, submitted through the website. These comments kind of broken down into these 4 categories right here, which is outfitters taking majority of females and closing hunt areas 1 and 2. I actually looked into that, and for the most part, it's actually the opposite, and we have outfitters are not taking as many females as others in proportion to what's out there. So we decided not to make any of those changes as far as having what the proposal or the suggestion was, having a separate limit for outfitters. There's also a proposal or a suggestion to split the bighorns by the east side and the west side instead of north and south. And we discussed that between Cody Sheridan and our section, and we decided to wait until after this bighorns population monitoring work is completed, and then the next 3-year cycle we could bring this up and discuss that. There was a comment on opposing lowering the graze limit, but we felt the data were pretty clear that we should probably lower that limit a little bit. And then general support for the increases in the bighorn, snowies, and the Sierra Madres. And so that was pretty much where the comments fell. And that is pretty much all I have to say. Are there any questions from the commission?
Mr. President? I'm just curious why in areas 8 and 9, you're heavier in the fall than in the spring, where all the rest of them are either even or a heavier quota in the spring.
We look at a lot of things. One of the things we look at is when those seasons close and how early they're closing. In some of the cases, we're seeing the fall seasons close very early compared to the spring seasons. And so if we're going to allocate an increase, say we have 4 or 5 bears to increase or 6, putting it in areas in the season that closes the quickest is often one of the things that we try to do. And then the other thing is there are a lot of people out on the ground in the fall. There's dedicated black bear hunters, but there's also ungulate hunters that have a black bear tag in their pocket, and they're just wanting the opportunity to hunt a bear if they find one. And so there's just potential for more people to harvest a bear in the fall. And so we have that limit, sometimes higher in the fall, also potentially to address conflict issues that often come up in the fall more often than in the spring. Bears are in hyperphagia in the fall, so they tend to get in conflicts more often in fall seasons. And so having that season open longer in the fall, we could potentially have a hunter address some of those conflict issues instead of management removals through the agency.
And that's mainly happening in 8 and 9, not the other areas?
The conflicts?
Yeah.
We have them in the
Reasoning.
bighorns as well, too. The bighorns, this year was a pretty big year for conflicts. In general, the bighorn, snowies, and Sierra Madres had quite a bit conflict compared to previous years. And so, but yeah, we do have some of those conflicts statewide. Jackson also had some, but in the fall is generally where they by far more often happen.
Mr. President? It seemed like quite a large number of bear conflicts in the east end of the Bighorns this year, the Story area and Dayton and all over. You have any reasons for that? Was it because of the spring, the fall, bears increasing numbers? What, you guys have any ideas on that?
Yeah, I I did look at that, and from just discussions with some of the regional personnel and looking at some of the harvest data and conflict data, it looks like we just, had a pretty harsh spring, which usually kills off some of the buds for the berry producing shrubs, and so then these bears have that effect on their food sources come late summer and early fall, and that's when, if that food source is not available, they start to move a lot more. They're getting into conflicts a lot. They're searching for food, and so we saw that kind of all over the eastern half of the state this year, that habitat degradation due to just natural food conditions.
So if we have that same problem again this year, I mean, you've raised it, but you've raised it 2 bears, 2 females. Would that be something you consider raising it even more significantly? Because, shooting the boars isn't gonna matter.
Right. Yeah, so, and usually what we see is 2 to 3 males per female. And so by raising it 2 in the fall, we would potentially see, 4 to 6 males taken on top of that. So it could possibly be, 8 bears or so, more bears by that 2 female increase. But yes, if we're seeing some general trends as far as
Well, I guess it'll be 3 years, not next year.
Yep, yeah, 3-year cycle. And so at the next cycle, we'll have not only more of those kind of data, but also our population monitoring information on the bighorns, where we can say, well, potentially we have room to expand like we did in the Sierra Madres, where we can move that up from to a more sustainable level if we're below that. So I think talking to the regional personnel, they wanted to see an increase, but we also want to wait for any more drastic changes until we see a population monitoring results from the bighorns.
Where are we at in that? What stage are we at in that?
We'll have that done by the next 3-year cycle.
We haven't started yet, have we? Have you put out?
Yes.
His callers.
We put callers out this year.
Mr. President, I have a question. Dan, I think you do good work, and I appreciate your presentation, and I think we should be tasked first and foremost with care and concern for the resource. And everything you've presented to me makes absolute sense. And I'm not a bear hunter, so I'm not familiar with it. So I just learned that if you have a quota in the spring and it's not reached, those carry over to the fall quota. Conversely, if you're in the spring and you go over quota, then you take away from the fall. So in our area, Area 8, there's concern about having a more balanced split. That makes logical sense to me. Could you explain to me, how often do we reach or go over the spring sow quota that adversely affects the fall hunters? Is that unique to last year, weather conditions? Is this a reoccurring event?
Commissioner Brokaw, yes, in the Area 8, the snowy range, that season in the spring closes nearly every year. And some years, I think 2 of the past 3 years, it was exceeded by 1 or 2 bears, which then did reduce the fall limit by 1 or 2 bears. And so I think this year, 2019, it was exceeded by 2, and so then it reduced the fall limit.
So, to me, I'm not a game manager, but it seems if we're hitting those quotas, we got plenty of bears. So now we get down to your recommendation of numbers, spring or fall, and I understand both sides of where to place those numbers. I'm kind of with Kaylin though, if we make it even or put more in the spring and don't use them, they would carry over to the fall anyway, maintaining that opportunity for sportsmen in the fall. But if you say we continually reach that objective in the spring, are we putting out enough licenses? Or is our, not that, I shouldn't say it that way. Is our quota high enough then?
Well, there's a lot of black bear interest in black bear hunting, excuse me, in the Snowy Range and Sierra Madres as well. And so I think we have quite a few hunters out there, and we're reaching those limits. We base the limits on what our harvest data are showing us as far as the trend in the population, and so we did propose to increase that limit by 6 bears, or the annual limit by 6 bears for the Snowy Range, and it was just a matter of where to allocate those, and that was a discussion between our section and the regions. And at our public meeting that we had in Laramie, we presented these data to them and generally got support for the proposed,
For the increase.
Going from five in the spring, 6 in the fall, to 7 in the spring and 10 in the fall was accepted. Not everybody loved it, but it was generally accepted, and so we went with that. As far as dividing them up, as long as that overall number of annual mortality isn't different than, dramatically different than the proposed number, it probably, to the population, doesn't matter a lot. It's just whether or not we will have more opportunity in the spring versus the fall, and who's out there and who wants to hunt, things like that.
Yeah. Final thought, Kaylin. So I've heard from constituents on both sides, and people in Wood Edge and White Rocks and my mom want to maintain and support that increase in the fall for those problem bears, but the spring hunters want more opportunity. So can we up the spring quota? And does your data support, does the health of the population support an even higher increase of tags in the spring?
Commissioner Brokaw, I would say that if we were going to do things for the spring, that we potentially move from the fall to the spring as you suggest. That increase of 6 bears overall is a pretty decent increase from where it went from 11 to 17 overall, which is, and those are just females, and so we're looking at potentially 6 or 12 males for those 6 females. So 18 bears in an area that gets about 24 taken annually overall. So if there's more interest in having opportunity in the spring, to make that shift from fall to spring would probably be my recommendation, and not just an increase to the spring. But Matt Withroder, Laramie Regional Supervisor, is here as well, and he can probably speak to more of the regional interests if you care to hear from him as well.
Well, thank you. That was good. That was good.
Any more questions? Okay. We'll do public comment, but first I'd like to tell you I'm sorry, I apologize. I looked at the sheet and it said Dan, large carnivore biologist. Dan, I got you wrong, there's too many Dans. But this is Dan Thompson. He is our large carnivore supervisor, part of the team that Dan is on. So, Dan and Dan.
Correct.
So, thank you, I appreciate that very much.
Dan squared.
So I guess, Jim Shell, we'll go to the blue sheets.
Oh, I'm sorry, he wanted to talk to Matt.
President Rial, Commissioners, Director Nevzif, I appreciate this opportunity to visit with you. I know that I've sent emails to all of you outlaying my thoughts, my proposals, so I hope you all had an opportunity to read that. And first of all, I want to give kudos to the Game and Fish, the department, the DANs, and the wildlife biologists. I have nothing to debate with them on their data. I'm not concerned about any mistakes. I agree with everything they say, and literally everything that they've said almost falls into place in my email to y'all. As far as, I'm not asking for more. In fact, I'm not sure that we need the increases we're talking about. I am asking for a split or a more equitable solution to the spring and fall quotas. And I'm with Dan, that raise of 6 quotas, bears on the Area 9, that's significant. And so Commissioner Brokaw, I appreciate your thought of maybe adding to that, but I'm not in that line of thinking that we want to add more yet. I think we're doing fine. The bears are increasing, the population's thriving. I believe there is room for more opportunity, But the spring bear hunters that are intentionally hunting bears and putting in forth quite a lot of effort and time and whatnot, when you've got a short quota and guys are typically selective in the spring, they've got an opportunity to watch their baits, especially these days with trail cams and stuff. It's become quite a science, and there's no kidding about it. The Snowy Range and the Sierras have become an absolute breeding grounds for spring bear hunters, and they're loving the opportunity. And whether you're an outfitter or a sportsman, it is a very good opportunity. And there's two things to do in the spring. You can go spring turkey hunting, or you go spring bear hunting. You can go cast a line in the creek, or you can go shed hunting. You know, and in the fall, literally, I mean, it's a smorgasbord of opportunity for fall hunters. And back to the situation where if it doesn't fill in, if the quota doesn't fill in the spring, it rolls over to the fall quota. And 90% of the time, we don't close that quota that often, especially 9, and it'll roll, whatever's left on that quota will roll into the fall quota. And there's plenty of opportunity, in my opinion, for fall hunters, be they baiting some more baiters in the fall, or opportunists that are out hunting deer and elk and run across a bear. But by all the data that was just presented to you by Dan in here, it supports everything I've talked about fall harvest is definitely taking more females out of the population. If we truly want to manage bears, if we can save a few, I mean, and another part of data, it's a proof in fact that there's more sows taken in the fall season. So I contend and I submit that we would do a better job of managing bears for all involved if we could at least split that season. Make it even, Steven, for the spring and the fall hunters, and 9 times out of 10, the fall hunters are going to get the extra quota anyway because they will carry over to the fall. And again, they never carry over from the fall back to the next spring because that fall quota always fills, and it fills rapidly. And Dan already said that, you know, like in Area 8, it fills quickly. I don't feel like it fills quickly because there's so many people on the ground. It's just when you're out there with rifle hunters, you're going to kill bear. It's just an easy as that. So I don't know. I commend the department on all fields as far as their biology work and their data collections and et cetera, et cetera. But this one thing right here all comes down to hunter opportunity, and that's a buzzword here lately, hunter opportunity. We need to be as friendly and we need to be as equitable for spring hunters as we do fall hunters. And when the fall hunters end up getting the carryover anyway, it's definitely a win-win for the fall hunters. But this would be a big win for the spring hunters, hopefully even give them more opportunity to be selective and not be compelled to kill that little sow when there's one left on the quota. But overall, it's going to be good for bears. It's going to definitely be good on the female segment of bears, and it's going to be good for sportsmen. I would stand for questions.
Mr. President? Yes. So Jimmy, what specifically are you asking for? 8 and 9? I mean, 9 has 9 spring and 10 fall, and 8 has 7 spring and 10 fall.
Okay, Mr. Doobie, I will tell you what I'd like to see. This would be, in a perfect world, this is my proposal. It's already been adjusted for Area 7. That's really not a big part of my concern anyway, but Area 7's already balanced out at 5 and 5, so I'm happy there. Area 8, I would propose where it is 7 in the spring and 10 in the fall with the department's proposal. I would propose 9 in the spring and 8 in the fall. If there's an odd number, then if there's an odd number out, I would propose the spring season gets it. Because 9 times out of 10, that's going to roll back to the fall quota anyhow. In there, Area 9, the department's proposal is 9 and 10, 9 in the spring, 10 in the fall. So I would roll that over too. I'd go 10 in the spring, 9 in the fall on that deal. And again, very likely, especially with these raised quotas, the fall hunters are going to get the extra ones ultimately anyway in the overall quota for the season. Neither way you're going to kill more bears per se legally by quota. There's always that odd that there's going to be problem bears that need to be dispatched, or roadkill, or illegal harvest, or you know, a sow brought in 24 hours after the closing or something like that. But that's all, I mean, that happens in all of our species of hunting. So that's not something that's indicative of black bear hunting. It happens with lions, it happens with big game closures, dates, season dates and stuff. But, so, again, I want the department to understand, I applaud them for the work they've done, and for the effort and the data that's collected, and for the proposed increases in the quotas. I just submit that it would be a fair way to go, and a better way to go, and a better management to go heavy in the spring than the fall, or at least split them down the middle. And of course, you can't split half a bear. So we either raise that quota by one more so it's even Steven, or flip a coin or something. But if it's gotta be one way or the other, I'd say heavy on the spring quota at any given time. And the majority of the rest of the state, you'll see the fall quota is the light side. And the ones that are heavier on the fall quota are typically the ones that are in grizzly bear country, where they're not baiting, where they're not hunting black bear with bait as much, and they're because of the grizzly. So that's, I mean, that's part of it. I mean, I'm not saying that's all of it, but certainly, any other questions from me? Did I answer your question, Pete?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for your considerations.
Jim, I appreciate your passion as well as the body of the commission. We appreciate it. It's hard, it's difficult for us to change the recommendations of the Game and Fish, myself, period, because they are the boots on the ground. And I've said that many times, and I'll continue to say that. There's not just a preferred method, but it's in my opinion, the only method when they come up with these recommendations. That's my opinion. And I'm not trying to be contrary to what you're saying or anything like that. I appreciate your passion, but again, I look at Dan's team and the large carnivore, all the biologists throughout the department. They have a passion, or they wouldn't be out there, as well as your passion. So I don't know if there's a room for compromise. I don't believe so, but I don't know. That's up to the guys.
May I respond to that?
Absolutely.
Okay, with that said, I appreciate what you're saying there. With that said, these are proposals.
Yes, yes.
They are not written in blood or even in ink yet, in regulation. They are proposals. There's deadlines, and they were made to be made and broken. There's proposals that are made and changed regularly. If I was asking for something more, or something unusual, or something unfair, this is fair, what I'm asking for. What I'm asking for is not more dead bears. I'm not talking about putting more sows on the quota. In fact, I'm not sure we need to go as far as we have this year. But, I mean, I think we're good with that. But the bottom line is, whatever the commission approves today, we have to live with that again for 3 more years. And I want to reiterate, this is not a new thing. I've been talking with all the game fish folks and the hunters and the other outfitters and the resident hunters. This is common conversation, and this is not a new wish, or, you know, this didn't just pop up, you know, out of the clear blue sky. This is old hat.
You know, you're right, it is a proposal, but if they're good with it, I'm good with it. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. That's why we're standing here presenting a case, and somebody will make a motion and they'll vote on it, and whatever it is for 3 years.
And I think the 3 years is if there's a mistake made and we have to take another look at this thing within 3 years, that can be done, right? And it will be done if it's detrimental. But anyways, that's.
How would you identify it as a mistake? The only mistake is that the fall hunters will have the lion's share, not to be, no pun intended, the bear share of the opportunity.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I think it's well within our wheelhouse to listen to Mr. Schnell and take his proposal, or take the department's proposal, or compromise, so.
Well, I would
That's
like
where I'm
to
at.
make a motion.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Mike was up.
I'd just like to ask the department, what is the downside to Mr. Schell's proposal? by putting it heavy in the spring versus the fall. Is there a downside to it? Does it affect, and I want to know how it affects the bears, not the bear hunters.
So Commissioner Schmidt, basically, it's just a matter of that opportunity that Mr. Shell mentioned. If you load it heavier in the spring, it's potentially going to different segment of hunters than it is in the fall.
Okay.
There's more people, potentially it might just be opportunistic hunters in the fall. That's why we're standing by those numbers that we propose for actual limits. And we can discuss changes and we can discuss with the region, the fall versus spring. I mean, I think if we could have had this discussion during the season setting process, it would have been a lot easier, but versus doing it here. But we're still open to those, to making those changes equitable for everybody.
Okay.
That answers your question.
No difference on the bears, just the bear hunters?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Well, I would like to make a motion that we,
I think we have one more call to the
I'm
public.
sorry.
And then public comment, okay? Thanks, Jim. Thank you. James Reinhardt?
Mr. President, Commissioners, I commend Jim's for his comment. I would just comment as a member of the sporting public in Laramie and over in Saratoga area that I believe in what Jim's saying, that the shift from the spring bears to more in the fall is merely an increase in the hunter opportunity for the fall. It won't do anything for the population, Mike. I think it will keep the same. But I think with the fall opportunities, we have a September archery season that runs the 1st or the 15th through the 30th and 8, 1st through the 30th and 9. And then we have the rifle season kicks off. So many years, and I stand to be corrected if need be, but for many years, the fall season is closed before the rifle hunters ever get a chance to ever come on. So the increase in the quota will solve that. But in the spring, it's my belief that if we have as the bear hunters get out in the spring and they're sitting on those baits and they know they go out on a Friday and there's 1 bear left or 2 bears left, then they're gonna be much more inclined to shoot whatever bear shows up just to get, because they know it's gonna close on them. If we can shift that quota to the spring, make it even or 1 more in the spring, it will alleviate some of the concerns that we have for that season closing so fast, and then that whatever they don't get will roll over into the fall. I'd much rather see it, as Jim said, much rather see a higher quota in the spring than we would in the fall. And I apologize for missing the Laramie meeting when we had it, so I do concur that it would be good at the season settings. But sometimes at those season setting meetings, you get a few guys that show up, we go with what the guys say, and we don't ever provide enough feedback, and that's part of the public's fault. We need to get better at doing more feedback, and that's been an ongoing issue with public. So, any questions? Thank you.
I have one more. Why is it out of all the bear areas we have, there's only 2 that have a higher, taking out 8 and 9 proposal? Why is there only 2 areas, 2 fall areas that are higher than the spring? You have 23 through 27 and 18 through 29, where the fall is higher than the spring. But every other area in the state, it's the other way around, or even.
Commissioner Doobie, that I think is just a lot of regional input, local input as well, that over the years has evolved into those different limits depending on different interests as far as conflict or fall hunter pressure versus spring hunter pressure, things like that. We do actually have some areas that get pretty significant and even more fall harvest than spring. Laramie Range is one of them, and there are some others as well. So it just varies throughout the state depending on local.
It's just kind of the way we've done it. And
yeah, and so
it doesn't really affect the bears that much. It's just more of the way we've done it.
yeah, it's how it's played out over the course of the years.
Mr. President, I got one more question for you, Dan, before you take off. These areas that Jim's speaking about, how long has it been this way where it's been heavier on the fall side than the spring?
Boy, without going back through the data, I'm not sure. I know that, we do these in 3-year cycles, as you know, and so certainly for the last 3 years, and I think for a couple of cycles before that as well. So, 6 to 9 years.
Maybe
possibly.
it changed good.
We can always talk about that, and as I said, that's that's one of the annual limit to me is more important than the spring
Where it
versus
goes.
fall. And so the Laramie region, if Matt wanted to stand up and talk about the local input as far as their different pressures in spring versus fall and hunter opportunity. So we do get some of those fall seasons closing very, very early, like mid-September before rifle season even begins. And so that's part of the reason I think that there was interest in pushing some of these fall quotas higher, just to get those seasons extended a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, just a little historical perspective. I remember actually about 5 cycles ago now, but when this discussion started and there was a shift, it was all over the fall. I mean, people were concerned because rifle hunters never got an opportunity in the fall because it closed so quick. Now, I will say, since then, I mean, the quotas have come up significantly.
Yeah.
And, but I think the problem with the regional folks heard was similar issues. Definitely there was people on both sides of it. But the fall side of this equation was, we just want to make sure that there's enough quota left when we hit the field in October 1 to still have an opportunity to hunt bears. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Be a lot of ungulate hunters that like to have a black bear tag in case they find one, and if that season's not open in October, so.
Any more discussion?
None. For me.
Yes, absolutely. Come on up, Jim.
This may sound, silly, but the spring hunters are not restricted to the spring hunting. And the fall hunters are not restricted to be fall hunters. They can all hunt spring and all hunt fall. So this segregation that we're talking about giving a spring quota and a fall quota, is moot point. That regardless of what this quota is on any area, and again, I'm focusing on 8 and 9 is it a big part of my livelihood? No. Is it something I enjoy and helps pay the bills? You better believe it. And it's something that's of interest to me. I'm standing up here talking for many, many people. This isn't just Jim Shell rattling on. I'm talking for the populace of serious spring bear hunters, people that prefer that. Again, the spring guys aren't limited to spring and the fall ain't limited to fall. They can all hunt the whole dang season and go that route. But part of the problem we're looking into, this is a whole new can of worms, but I might as well open it up so that it's on the record for the future, is the split season dates and preseason archery hunts. When the bow hunters are killing the bears over bait, they're not running around spot and stock bear hunting. They're shooting bears over bait, and that's just like we would in the regular season. In my estimation, and the bow hunters groups are gonna, squeal like mashed cats. But on a bear hunt, especially when you're baiting and hunting at close quarters and the shooting is anywhere from 10 to 30 yards, we don't need a separate spring bear season for archery. They're bear hunters, and choose your weapon. And that's part of the problem. We're talking about adding more into the spring or into the fall so that the fall hunters got some opportunity. Well, if you just take that, for the future, this isn't on the table today by any means, get some standardized season dates and eliminate archery preseasons on black bear. Archery preseasons on other big game is absolutely requisite. It's necessary. Deer, elk, and antelope. Preseason archery on black bear is extreme special interest group catering there. And they are the ones that are filling this quota quickly so that the fall hunters in October don't have that chance to hunt in the fall. So this is all, again, food for thought for it's going to be 3 years down the road before we can even visit that. So I appreciate it very much, and I won't bother you more. Thank you.
Not bothering us, Jim. Appreciate it. It's a fact that the bear population is increasing. I mean, we open the tool cupboard up and pull out the management tool, one of the management tools, and that's hunting. So Pete and I were and Director Nesvik were in California at a regional meeting, and we had a gentleman, Game and Fish Commissioner from South Dakota, and Pete will testify to this, that they've never had black bears in the Black Hills. Now, I didn't know that. I always assumed that there were plenty of black bears in the Black Hills, but here up until about 5 years ago, they started showing up. So, I mean, they are increasing. We're doing a good job of managing them. So I applaud both Jim and Dan, you know, what you guys do and what your passion is. So it's up to
Mr. President, I'd be prepared to make a motion, but I think Galen has one, so why don't you go ahead, Galen?
Okay. I would like to make a motion to amend the quotas in Area 8, to have 9 spring bears, 8 fall bears. In Area 9, have 10 spring bears, 9 fall bears, and accept the rest of the changes.
I would second that motion.
It's been motioned and seconded. Any discussion further? Call to the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The changes as requested. That good?
Thank you. Thank you.
So, yeah, perfect.
Done. So,
Oh, they're gonna go with it.
Ralph, did you have something?
No, not at all. You did well.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission. I have the opportunity now to present to you our draft Chapter 61 regulation. And so for a little bit of background, you know, through the 90s and early 2000s, we saw a lot of increased interest in shed antler hunting and a lot of activity on our winter ranges. And about that time, we considered options for how to ensure that our big game were not exposed to excessive disturbance during that time frame. And the Attorney General at the time provided an opinion that the Commission didn't have the authority to regulate shed antler collections without some legislative assistance. So in 2009, the legislature passed legislation to give the Commission the authority to regulate the collection of shed antlers west of the Continental Divide. And so in 2010, the Commission created Chapter 61 and implemented that regulation. So it's been in place for about 9 years now. Couple changes along the way. In 2014, we entered into a MOU with state lands to enforce the collection of shed antlers on state land property west of the Continental Divide. And then in 2017, the legislature again modified some state statutes to allow game wardens the ability to enforce trespassing to collect shed antlers on private property across the state. So with just that brief background, in the 2019 legislative session that wrapped up just about a year ago, the legislature went back and modified this the statute again and expanded the Commission's authority to regulate shed antlers west of I-25 and I-90 at any time during the year. And so now you have the ability at your discretion to regulate shed antlers across a bigger portion of the state. So we took this out for public comment, and our draft department proposal, as you can see on the screen, is that we include basically the Snowy Range and Sheep Mountain country from the Laramie region. So on the map, that red outlined area will be, our proposal is to include that in the shed antler season. So shed antler collection would be prohibited there from January 1 to the end of April. And leave the rest alone for now. You know, again, I think it's important to discuss a little bit, you know, the intent of the shed antler collection season is to minimize disturbance to wintering big game. And we have quite a few tools in the toolbox, and in some places it makes sense to implement the shed antler season, and in some places maybe it doesn't. But certainly in this proposal that we're bringing forth today to you, this area, which includes Platte Valley, Sheep Mountain, et cetera, for a variety of reasons, is a place where over quite a few years we've had a lot of interest in collection of shed antlers, and there's a lot of folks on the winter range, and we feel really strongly that in this case down there, this regulation will make a difference in minimizing some disturbance to wintering big game on our winter ranges. So with that, I know we probably have some comments and questions, but I'll leave it at that and answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. President, I'm gonna, just real quick, I think this is important to the background before we have some discussion on the commission, and I know we've got some public comment. It's important, I think, for folks to know that when I talked with the legislature about this multiple times now, we've taken this in front of them several times. What I asked them, or what I talked to them about the need was this, that the commission needed the ability to look at this on a case-by-case basis, on a region-by-region basis, and be able to make a decision on where it was gonna benefit wildlife and where it wasn't. And that a blank, you know, there was a lot of concern from some of the legislators about over-regulation or regulating places where we didn't need to. And so that was the commitment that I made to them, is that when we looked at this, we would look at it regionally, and when there was ample justification to protect wintering wildlife, the department would take that out to a public process and bring it before the commission. So I offer that before we get started.
Mr. President.
I spoke with you about this before, but I fielded lots of calls regarding the map. It's very confusing. Most people thought the only area that we were gonna issue antler restrictions on is the new line. Didn't realize it was in addition to the old line. So just throwing that out there for comment. Most of them were guys from my area, and they're like, whew, they didn't want the restrictions. But still, it was very confusing.
Yeah, I appreciate that input. Thanks. Yeah, so just to be clear, the new boundary, so the red line that well, I can't get the pointer to work, but so the outer extent of that red line where it connects with the previous old Continental Divide line, that'll be the new boundary. Yeah.
Mr. President, my comments to Chief King are exactly the same. I fielded a lot of questions about why is it such a complicated legal description on your new line proposal when it comes and hits I-80. Why don't you take it from there down said interstate to the old existing line? That little blip that goes south of I-80, is that an area of that we don't want to touch, or just to simplify it, could we make our polygon less wiggly?
Mr. President, Commissioner Brokaw, we certainly could. That area south of I-80 there that's not included in the new reg is a lot of checkerboard property and a place where the Lander region just didn't feel like it was necessary to implement there. But for simplicity's sake, that's certainly a possibility.
Thank you.
Any more discussion?
You got blue sheets?
Yeah. James Reinhardt?
Mr. President, Commissioners, I visited with several of you at length about this matter. I've worked with our legislators, Mr. Haley, on this back when it first got started, back a year ago. And we had looked at doing it as the legislation came through for I-25 and west of I-25 and south of I-90. So, but after discussions and after seeing this, I would concur with what Director Nesvik said, to let it go to just the individual areas to take a look and see which one have the different offices. Cody, Lander, come back and say, here's an area that we have, and you'll look at it each time, and each office can come forward. Maybe after this spring, maybe pay more attention to where the real problem areas are. Ask them to come in this spring with some recommendations on where is it needed, where is it not, on an individual basis, and do that. I would like to see it change to the south of I-80, because there is a lot of traffic south of Rollins that comes in from Colorado. By implementing this area and having one little spot that's right by southern Wyoming where they can go antler hunting, all we're doing is removing all the shed antler hunters from Colorado and Utah that inundate that southern Wyoming area, and they're gonna jump over into that south of Rollins area. That's gonna be a real problem there when it starts to come about. So, because there's a lot of deer and elk that winter in between the Continental Divide on Sage Creek and north of Sage Creek. You've got the Sage Creek Road, I think, is one of your boundaries.
Correct.
So I think it should go south of I-80 and then change. And then ask the regional offices to come in to look at it this spring and spend more time looking at more pinpoint. It kind of makes the regulation lengthy and convoluted if you pick up different areas as you go along, but maybe that's the better way to do it. Commissioner Byrd brought up a very good point about if you have somebody out on an allotment in Moreland and it's an April 15th turnout on their grazing allotment and they're horseback and they pick up an antler, are they technically in violation of the regulation? Well, technically they are. So it probably is better off to look at where the problem area is, up out of Shell, in the western slope of the Bighorns, Cody, Matitsi, Thermop, maybe a little bit of Lander, but we know there's problem areas there, but maybe it's better to just to micromanage than just do it in just a big broad brush. So that would be my thoughts on it. But I would like to see that I-80 boundary, like Commissioner Brokaw said. So, thank you.
Thanks, James. We'll have a final call to the public on this issue, or proposal. Nobody else? Okay. Any more discussion? Can we have a motion to accept this, or?
Ralph, are you gonna do something?
I have one more question, and I want to make sure we do this. So, working with our legislatures, it was brought to my attention by one person that, are we meeting their intent? They started the process. We worked closely with them. With legislators present or people with more historic knowledge of how this process started, have we met the intent of what the legislator desired?
There's two TRW members here. I'm not going to speak for them, certainly, but I believe we are. I believe this is what we told the legislature that we would do, is we would evaluate this on a case-by-case basis. Now, I will tell you, I've heard from legislators on both sides of this. There are some legislators that are very disappointed that we didn't just do a statewide prohibit or regulation for everything west of I-25 and I-90. There are other legislators that wanted to see us make the regulatory impact as minimal as possible while still addressing the needs of big game. I feel like we've struck the balance here and done a good job. However, I've already asked my folks to look at this pretty hard in some very specific areas where I do believe we need a second look at it to see if we need to do some regulation to protect our wintering big game. Those two are, I'll just tell you, those areas have been the Bighorn Basin, and then recently I've heard some more concern around the Lander area. So.
Thanks, Brian.
So how often do we visit this regulation?
So, Mr. President, Commissioner Doobie, in reality, you could visit this at any time that you wanted to. Probably be preferable to try to get it timed into, say, the September commission meeting so that it can be in place by January 1. That would be ideal if you're planning ahead to look at this again. But it's up to you.
Yeah, I guess my question is, I mean, we're not necessarily going to raise it. I mean, it's on the department, the recommendation to us. I mean, so how often are you going to look at it? On an annual basis, or?
Sure, Mr. President, Commissioner Doobie, I think this could be, we could look at it at an annual basis until we feel like it's, until most folks are comfortable with it where it's at, and then go longer in between, potentially.
Mr. President, I have another comment. I just wanted to make it public that I've also been talked to heavily by department personnel about the opening and closing dates. And I do think it's a safety factor that it says April 30th. And my local guys go sit at the gate at midnight with 10 or 12 people sitting there waiting. And then we're going to ask our staff to go patrol and enforce that in the middle of the night. And I think they're family men and women. I don't think they should be out there in the dark doing that. And so I don't know the exact wordage, but I've talked to some people here that would like to see that changed. And so I throw it out there that May 1st sunset, May 1st 8 a.m. instead of April 30th. However, we can change that language to address a safety factor for our personnel.
Any comment?
May 1st noon is a good time.
May 1st noon. right? So I'm going to bring an amendment once the motion gets on the floor, but I'm looking for some help on how to word that.
I'm prepared to make a motion, but Ralph, go ahead.
Well, firstly, I would move chapter 31? 61. I'd move chapter 61, antler regulations.
Why don't you amend it?
And with amendments?
Yeah.
With the amendment of, you want to tackle the legal description? I would like to move chapter 61 with the discussion of the red line following I-80 to the black line. I trust Sheridan will capture my intent. And then in section 3, deleting April 30th and adding May 1st, 8 a.m. That's my motion.
Mr. President, can I make a suggestion real
Absolutely.
quick? So, if it'd be the pleasure of the commission, if we could, before you take a vote on this, if we could just go back, we can modify this draft and put that exact language in there, make sure we get the boundary right, and then bring it forth before you vote on it. Would that be acceptable?
I'd be okay with that in my motion.
Are we gonna do that today?
Yes.
Absolutely. Let's proceed like that.
Okay, very good. We'll do that right now then.
You good, Pat?
Yeah, that's great.
I would seriously like to talk about the noon start versus 8 a.m.
Okay.
I can go either
Anybody
way.
have any issue with that?
What does that do? I mean, what advantage is that? Just,
I think it's gonna get everybody out there in the daylight. I still think there's gonna be people trying to get out there a lot sooner before it gets daylight to get this hunt started. I just think noon would be it's not gonna affect the hunt at all, one way or the other. It just gets everybody out there in the broad daylight at a reasonable time of day to start.
James,
Mr. President, Commissioners, I'll bring up the point that Mike has got a very good point on it. When you go to Jackson, a few years back, they started right at midnight, and there were horses killed, and people had to be rescued out of the Hoback River because they started right at midnight in the dark, trying to get across the river to get into the Jackson area with the May 1st opener, period. And that's up on the Bridger Teton Forest. So anything you can do to alleviate people lining up and getting started at midnight and rushing out, or even before the first light to try and 8, I would really like to see the noon or something to just, because it is an absolute zoo when guys get started
That it
right at the
is.
opening date. It really,
That
no
it is.
matter what dates you pick, but the timing, as long as we're looking at this, the timing is gonna make a big, big difference, because people are lined up everywhere.
Thank you for bailing me out on that. That's exactly where I wanted to go.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, but it was a good question, but
Mr. President?
James hit it on the head.
Ralph, would you accept that change to your amendment?
Absolutely. Yep.
And
Yeah,
does
because
the
it's,
who
I
seconded?
just am learning about this, that they're going out, getting out of bed, opening a darn lock gate at midnight of all things, and that's just silly. I don't get to go hunt an elk, the bear hunters don't get to go hunt at midnight. Why in the hell do the antelope, or the antler hunters get to go start at midnight?
Who seconded?
That's just ridiculous, so I'm all in on Mike's noon.
it's
Start 'em
gonna
at
be
noon.
tabled until you come up with yeah. Perfect, okay. So we'll go to,
You know, Mr. President,
yes.
just one comment, because over the course of my life, I know how game wardens work, but our game wardens are out at, I agree with that this is a great idea, let's do it, but our game wardens are out at 2 in the morning anyway. They get back at midnight. You know, Terry Cleveland, the former director, his first post of duty was Jeffrey City, so he would leave at 2 in the morning, check hunters all day, get back at 10 o'clock at night, and then the deputy sheriff would call him to go to the Split Rock Bar and wrestle drunks and haul him to Laramie, you know, so he'd really get back just in time to maybe change his red shirt and go back out again. So our people constantly sacrifice, you know, to be there when they need to be, and I just commend them for that. So I don't, you know, our people will do what they need to do to protect the wildlife resource, but this is a great change. I agree with you.
Will be it. Thanks, Rick. So we'll go go now to Scott.
Yeah, chapter 30, I think we're on chapter 32, right?
32.
Scott?
Commission President, Commissioners, Director Nesbitt. Next regulation is Chapter 32. I'll make this brief. As you recall, at the July Commission meeting in Rock Springs, we brought this regulation before you. And at such time, there was comments from several bullet manufacturers that asked that we take this back out and address the bullet specifications, which we committed to that time and which we have done and which we're bringing for you today. So basically, the changes to Chapter 32 are very specific to modifying the language in that regulation in relation to expanding point bullets. So the changes are basically in Section 3, we define expanding bullet, and then every time that we used to have didn't refer to an expanding point bullet, we included that language. And so in a nutshell, that's what the regulation changed for. It allows for all that new bullet technology that was discussed at the July Commission meeting. And again, as such, we've incorporated that accordingly within this regulation.
Any questions?
I do have a question, yes, Mr. President. How do they prove the wound channel larger than a bullet's diameter? Do they have to have a gel block, or is it just based on the structure of the bullet?
Commissioner President Real, Commissioner Ladwick, so basically it's the structure of the bullet. You know, basically the only thing that probably is not going to qualify with something that's a full metal jacket, which are pretty, you know, discernible in the field. And again, it would be upon our people that if they thought there was some type of violation, that we would have to research that before we took any type of enforcement action. But other than a full metal jacket, I think almost all modern hunting bullets do that wound channel. Again, those bullet manufacturers that are here say that's the new standard based on bullet design, ballistics, engineering. I mean, it's way up here, and I'm like way down here on this thing. So, but we worked with those guys. We engaged them right after that commission meeting, and they totally support this language and they are kind of our consultant experts on this regulation change.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we change and accept the changes to Chapter 32, regulation governing firearm cartridges.
And I would
Second.
second. Go ahead, lady.
Either way.
Jerry, did you get those? Yes, sir. Any more discussion? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Leslie? No, I'm sorry.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik. So this next agenda item follows up on your efforts since 2017 when we started capturing grouse to translocate to North Dakota. And Leslie Schreiber, our statewide sagebrush and sage grouse biologist, will give you another update on that translocation program and a proposal from North Dakota to secure some more birds for this year. And again, that will be the 4th year of that effort. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Leslie.
Real quickly, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you a little story about Leslie. There's a gentleman that lives next door to our son, our oldest son, and our son has him over quite often for supper, for family events and so on. Anyways, I got to know this gentleman. His name is Bob DeRocher, and he was a game biologist in Nevada and actually did a thesis. Was it a thesis on the sage grouse? This was in 1968.
Yes.
So when I first came on the commission, I didn't realize the importance of sage grouse, but I certainly do now. And I can tell you right now, they were important back in 1968. This gentleman had a little history, and when he told me that, the first thing that came to mind was, I got to put this guy in touch with Leslie. And so through a couple of attempts, we finally got it done. I wasn't able to make the meeting, but she drove all the way from, I say all the way, but from Grable to meet Bob, and they had lunch together, and I guess it was a great meeting. Bob speaks very highly of you and your work, and we all do. So can you maybe shed some light on what Bob shared with you?
Yes, Mr. President. Bob worked on the Sheldon National Wildlife Refuge in Nevada in the 60s with sage grouse on his master's degree. There's still research being conducted there today. It's a very long-running data set, you can imagine. My impressions of Bob is he's sharp as a tack. He was naming scientific names of sagebrush and subspecies of sagebrush, and I was just trying to keep up with him. Furthermore, Bob, he was one of the pioneers in helping develop transmitters to put on sage grouse. There were poncho styles that went over the neck and front of the bird. And at the last meeting in Pinedale, Mr. President, you asked me if I had sage grouse transmitters, since these are new, or they're not new, they're from 1960s, but they've changed since then. So I showed these to Bob, explained what we've learned with these since then, and he was very impressed because he had ideas of what the sage grouse did, but he could never confirm it. So I told him what we've learned, and he was very thankful for that. So I've got a couple transmitters that I can show you if you're interested.
Absolutely, you bet. We can do it after?
Just pass them.
Pass them. Yeah, that'd be good.
So first off, this is a GPS solar-powered transmitter that goes on the rump of the bird. These straps go around the legs of the bird, and it sits just above the tail. It's solar powered because birds have hollow bones, and you can't put a big heavy battery on a bird. So solar power keeps the transmitter going. This is a newer style. The older style, this is a VHF collar that goes around the neck of the bird right here, and it's a necklace basically with the antenna going down the back of the bird. So I'd be happy to pass these around.
That's awesome. Thank you for your kindness towards Bob, too, and I'll tell you, the gentleman is 85 years old, so.
All right, Mr. President, members of the commission, my PowerPoint presentation today is slightly different from what is in your notebooks because I received updated information on Monday morning that I wanted to present to you today. I'll be asking the commission to vote to approve translocating sage grouse to North Dakota again this spring in year 4. But first I'll update you on why and how we've been translocating sage grouse for the past 3 years and what we've learned. I would like to point out that my counterpart from North Dakota Game and Fish, Jesse Kohler, is here to help me answer questions and learn how these birds are doing. So, I presented this last year, but please bear with me because it's important to recap the big picture. Even though the WAFWA Greater Sage Grouse Conservation Strategy was published 12 years ago, the overall goal of maintaining viable, connected, and well-distributed populations has not changed. The 2015 listing decision of sage grouse being not warranted for protection under the Endangered Species Act has placed a responsibility on all invested parties to maintain or increase populations range-wide by implementing state and federal plans, not only to protect sage grouse within jurisdictional boundaries, but as a larger effort to maintain the range-wide distribution of the species. On this map, the purple is sage grouse priority areas or core areas. The dark green is the current range, and the light green is historic range. Currently, sage grouse are found in 11 western states, thus the geopolitical distribution of the species is measured by state boundaries. Species often face the greatest threats to their persistence at the fringe of their geographic range, and sage grouse in North Dakota represent the northeastern fringe. Preserving fringe populations is a major challenge, but is important to maintaining the current range-wide distribution. If a state population declines to the point of extirpation, the collective power in defending a range-wide species conservation effort may diminish, ultimately weakening public perception that the species is not warranted for listing. Also apparent on this map is the fact that while the North Dakota population is on the fringe of sage grouse range, it is still connected with sage grouse populations in Montana, Wyoming, and South Dakota, and not as isolated in populations in Washington, Utah, and on the border between California and Nevada. Sage grouse were never widespread in North Dakota, but have persisted nonetheless and are confined to the southwestern portion of the state where scattered populations are found. Following a severe outbreak of West Nile virus in 2007, the population in North Dakota declined to the lowest level on record until we started translocations 3 years ago. The objectives of this project are threefold: produce a viable, self-sustaining, and free-ranging population that requires minimal long-term management intervention. Number two, help develop a range-wide protocol for greater sage-grouse translocations by pooling our data with data from Utah, California, and Nevada. And third, contribute vital information regarding species recovery for the greater sage-grouse status assessment to be conducted by WAFLA this year. So how have we been doing this? In Wyoming in 2017 and 2018, we caught female sage-grouse, artificially inseminated them, and transported them to North Dakota. We also caught male sage-grouse. 2017 was a drought year in North Dakota, and the birds did not fare very well. 2018, we got better. The birds did a little bit better. And 2019 was our best year yet, and I have data to show you on that. In 2018, only 9 of the translocated hens initiated nests. However, we constantly compare notes of how we can make this better. And so in 2019, we started moving a hen with her brood, and we also started moving non-brooding hens, but after the nesting season. So they were done nesting, they didn't have chicks, and they were just a single hen. And so far, we were pleased with the initial results that these modifications brought about in North Dakota. In 2019, we captured 20 males, 10 brooding females, and 9 non-brooding females northwest of Rawlins. All of the birds were subject to rigorous health inspections required by the North Dakota Department of Agriculture, and in addition, we are maintaining a sample of hens with transmitters on the capture site to study the impact of translocation on the source population. The 20 males were released onto one lek in North Dakota because during the morning of release, it was the only North Dakota lek with at least 3 resident males displaying, dancing. If we release males onto a lek, but there are no other males there dancing, then we put these cardboard cutouts of male sage-grouse to try to acclimate the male sage-grouse. This is a lek, don't fly away. One male, out of the 20 males released, 1 male flew out of the box, 1 male flew shortly after release, the other 18 males just walked out. At least 10 of those males started displaying on subsequent mornings at that lek. Hens with broods were released so that the odds of the hen abandoning the chicks is reduced. The hen and her chicks were transported in a partition box that allowed for communication between them, but prevented the hen from injuring chicks. At the release site, the hen had to move by her chicks to leave the release box. The larger netted area served as a halfway house of sorts, allowing the hen to rebond with the chicks in a protected space before leaving on their own. So in this picture, here's the transport box. The door has been opened, and the hen and chicks are in this netted area where they can regroup before they just walk out the door into their new home in North Dakota. This is a newly developing technique that we are constantly updating and modifying the pens and the boxes based on the success or failure of each brood release. I would also like to say that the other translocation projects in Utah, Nevada, and California have also moved in this direction to broods, moving broods. So how did the birds do this year in their new home? When I talk about these results, I have them broken down into what I call the greater tri-state area, which is North Dakota, South Dakota, and Montana, versus what's happening in North Dakota only. In the greater tri-state area, about half of the chicks survived to 50 days post-hatch, which is pretty good. For my master's project, I had 1 year during the 2012 drought where 4% of my chicks survived. One of the highest estimates in the literature is 50% survival of sage-grouse chicks. So that's a good survival rate for chicks. 8 out of the 10 brooding hens survived to August. there's an interesting phenomenon to account for if a brooding hen dies. If the chicks are old enough and she dies, it's possible for the chicks to survive without her and be recruited into the fall population. If the chicks are younger, the chicks can naturally be adopted into another hen's broods. We know of at least 2 chicks that were adopted by other hens after their maternal hen died. Behavior has been reported by previous studies, and it was something that Bob asked me about because he saw chicks of varying sizes in the same brood. So it's kind of a safety catch, if you will, that if you have that one maternal hen die, the chicks can be adopted. 8 out of the 9 non-brooding hens survived to August, and 15 out of the 20 males survived to August. And you can see the numbers, how they break out for what's happening in North Dakota only. Looking at these numbers overall, I would say that the 2019 translocation was fairly successful and pretty promising. Of course, these survival rates are only through August, so we don't know yet how they're going to fare in the fall and winter. But at least these numbers, we can say that the actual process of trapping, handling, transporting, and releasing the birds is not causing mass mortality once they get to where they're going. So here's a map, a couple maps to see the movements in North Dakota. Right here is the state line. This is the lek. The green pin is the lek that the males were released on. It's a half a mile away from the state line. And the red pins are where the brooding females were released. Initial analysis of the data shows that over 70% of the brooding females in chick locations stay within about 3 miles of their release site through August. And at this time, I'd like Jesse to come up and try to explain kind of the topography and what's going on in this map.
Thank you, Mr. President and fellow commissioners. Just wanted to add on to this that I was pointing out to Leslie before the meeting that you can see the color change in this area. That lighter gray color is a different soil type. That's a Hell Creek soil formation, which is mostly bentonite clay. And obviously that was less desirable for farmland, so that area is a higher percentage of that is BLM and public land, federal lands. So that's why that land wasn't cultivated, and that's probably why it's still the stronghold for sage grouse in North Dakota. Also, previously we've discussed this project, and some of the downsides were that some of these birds moved right away, and a lot of people took away the highlight was that we moved birds to North Dakota and they all moved into Montana. However, if you look at that gray shape on that map, I would say that's still our population, is that Montana, North Dakota population. So it's not a failure if they do move into North Dakota. I'd still say that's a success for us.
Mr. President, back up on the other slide, please. Why is that always so loud when I yell? How come you release those other ones quite a long ways away from the lek site?
Yeah, great point. So the release points that those red the red markers indicate are for the brood hens, and so that was in the best brood cover habitat where we had the best sagebrush cover. The best height of sagebrush was there. The actual lek point is in a more open area where the males are, where they feel visible, where they like to be seen during breeding season. So it's pretty close. It was about a quarter mile away for the closest one, and up to a half a mile away. But it's just a slightly different habitat there. And all those red pins also, we spread them out, hoping that those females would establish, kind of trying to spread our luck. When we released the males on that lek, on the lek point, we wanted to dump all our eggs into one basket, hoping they would establish at that lek and maintain that lek as an active sage grouse lek. And then this next slide is pretty typical for what happens when you reintroduce a naive animal to a new habitat. Talking about this with other biologists, you see this type of a pattern from everything from fish to large ungulates, but a naive animal in a new habitat will often make these big spiral shapes trying to find the best habitat or other individuals. And so the other thing you can see in this is the far right side of those points, the east side.
that this individual hen was following that lighter gray, which is, again, it's gonna be a clay soils, probably a lot more sagebrush habitat through that area. And then, like I said, she's doing a spiral shape outward. This hen, I believe, I don't know if you have all the data for this one, but she ended up moving back. So she did this big spiral. The initial impression was this wasn't very successful. We dumped her out and she took off. But even after she made these big movements, I guess my ultimate conclusion, like I said, was that she's still in our population area. I'd still say this is successful if she would stay within an area that big.
Also, two males released in 2019 made some big movements. One moved 37 miles to the north, but came back to the release site just a week later. Another male moved 22 miles to the south, but also returned back to the release site 5 days later. My point that I'm trying to make here is that we release these birds in this patch of sagebrush. They make these big movements, looking and seeing what they could find, but then they come back to that patch. So that's how things went in 2019. Let's shift gears and see what we've learned so far to help us try to understand how to move forward. Wyoming asked the researchers to provide an estimate of how impactful taking birds from the Rawlins area is. We've taken their birds from that area for 3 years. So how has it affected the population? A total of 60 males, 86 females, and 64 chicks have been translocated to date from Wyoming. The analysis for how this has been displayed is we have a before-after control impact study design. So we have control leks where no birds were taken, and we have leks that were affected or impacted by the translocation. And so we compare the rate of growth, or lambda, at those separate leks before and after the impact or translocation takes place. On the control leks, the rate of growth averaged 0.93. The rate of growth, or lambda, at the impact leks before the translocation was 0.97. The rate of growth at post-translocation was 0.89. So bottom line, the rate of growth, or lambda, decreased following the translocations in 2017 by 4%. So we had an impact of, we negatively impacted those leks by 4% by taking these birds to North Dakota. So we're still waiting to nail down the finite details with North Dakota, local game and fish staff in Wyoming, and consultation with our vets. But the department is recommending to take at most 20 males and 20 females this spring, with some percentage of those females being broods. So that's our recommendation, but if I may, I'd like to try to tie this all together into a bigger picture. And I think an analogy is useful here. I remember trying to learn how to drive a manual transmission the first time in an old farm truck on the edge of a field. Couldn't drive through the field, that was very clear to me, but you have a big steering wheel, you have 5-speed, you have a clutch. It's a learning process to figure that out. Learning how to press the throttle and watch the needle on the tachometer or the gauge rise as the RPMs rose, and then to let off the throttle, push the clutch, and shift into another gear while working the clutch and the throttle simultaneously. Anyone who's driven a stick knows exactly what I'm talking about. After year 4 of this study, so after this year, the USGS will analyze the data from what we're doing here and what's happening in Nevada and California, and provide us with recommendations for a tachometer, a gauge, to understand the rates. Try to help us understand the rate of change that we're having onto these source populations. When to feather the clutch, and when are we removing too many birds, when are we idling along, or when we should just roll to a stop. This tool will help us make sound scientific decisions in the future. Speaking of the future, no one knows what the future holds for sage grouse, but we are at a point where other states are interested in this effort, and we are proactively thinking when it is appropriate to use this tool in Wyoming. Currently, we're driving along without a tachometer, without a gauge, but to me, a 4% difference in the rate of growth, I'm looking at the windshield and I don't see the engine smoking, I don't hear a whine. I recommend we move forward cautiously in one more year to develop and get that tool from that final product. So hopefully we can equip ourselves for the unknown road ahead, full of peaks and valleys. But regardless of whether you decide yes or no to this particular request, I would like to thank you. So thank you for making the decision on if shipping Wyoming's wildlife, whether sage grouse or pygmy rabbits, to another state is in the best interest of Wyoming citizens.
Very good. Thank you, Leslie. Any discussion?
President?
Question?
I just have one question. I saw in the fiscal impact note that we spend $20,000 a year about on aircraft. So I'm gonna shock my commissioners that I'm being a cheapskate here, but, so is everyone participating in that cost? I mean, does North Dakota pay at least their fair share or more than us? They're getting the birds on their aircraft, and are the feds participating? I mean, this is a huge nationwide issue, and I would like to see as many people as possible pay for this research and the cost associated with it.
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, the $20,000 for aircraft in Wyoming is to collect those VHF signals from the birds that are in Wyoming, so the monitoring of Wyoming birds.
Has nothing to do with the translocation.
I believe to this date, North Dakota has spent almost $1 million for their end of it.
Okay, so the answer to my question, I mean, the aircraft, I mean, it makes abundant sense. We're monitoring our populations. That's a great expenditure of money, but the 20,000 really doesn't involve these translocations, is what you're telling me.
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
After watching this for the last couple of years, it appears to me we're gaining just as much information about this process on how to translocate these birds in the first place that's invaluable. If it ever happens to be that we're learning the whole process and kind of pioneering all that, and I think that's pretty cool. This kind of falls right along the lines of what we learned at WAFWA, helping each other, other states. I mean, granted, we're helping North Dakota. If they can have some birds here, hopefully that'll help us all to keep them off the list. So I think it's a very worthwhile project. I would like to know what North Dakota's got to trade, though. What the heck?
Bruce.
I commend North Dakota for spending $1 million on this research.
I do too.
That's incredible. That shows some heart and soul.
What is that per bird?
Mr. President and Commissioner Crank, I just wanted to clarify a little bit on that. So there has been almost $1 million spent on this, and part of it was from, this project started right before the listing consideration for sage grouse. And so there was a Section 6 grant from the Endangered Species Act that states can spend on research for threatened or considered threatened species. So we did get money from there. We have money that was matched from a few different a few different nonprofits, and then a large part of it is from the Pittman Robertson dollars from the state. However, I wouldn't say this is a per bird value. I'd say the per bird value is a waste of money in my point.
I was being specious.
Yeah, but it is a good thing to consider, because the public hears that, and they'll definitely consider the aspect about how much money we're spending. Realistically, Leslie and I have talked about this. The number of birds that we're translocating right now probably won't save North Dakota's population. It's going to also take some of the resident birds that are still there and still in Montana and South Dakota. So it's a bolstering point, but it's not the magic bullet. Ultimately, if we figured out what did work and other states wanted to implement these practices in the future, we would hope we could do it without monitoring. So you could just capture the birds and dump them out on a lek, and that would be a lot cheaper. It would be fractions of, I mean, those collars that we're passing around are $1,200 a piece. So that on all these birds, plus the subscriptions for the data, adds up to a lot of cost. You wouldn't have to do that at all after these initial research projects are done, so. So it is a lot of money, but we're not looking at it per bird, it's for the knowledge right now. So. And I do thank you for the department, for the commission, and for the state of Wyoming. It's been a great learning project for North Dakota, and it also has our numbers. In 2016, we had 6 male birds counted on all of our known leks that spring. So it was pretty much, we were gonna pull the plug and say they're gone from the state of North Dakota. This was a Hail Mary, and last summer we counted 27, or last spring we counted 27 males on all of our known leks. Still not much, but it's a lot more than what we had, and it's showing a good trend at least. If we can get a little bit of momentum, maybe some other birds from Montana will disperse over and help our population recover. So, thank you.
Real good.
Thank you.
I have one more question. Where you're putting these, is there any type of development, any oil and gas or anything like that, or is it just pretty much open range?
Yeah, Commissioner Doobie. We have oil and gas in this area. It's not the Bakken formation that you might have heard about in North Dakota. It's all older oil and gas that has been there since the 70s and 80s. And that's vertical drilling, so it has a lot more of a footprint. We do think that's partly to blame for why our population has declined over the long term. However, this population had been persistent from when all these oil wells went in all the way through the early 2000s, and that was until we detected West Nile virus in our population. So there's oil and gas there, but we don't think it's at the level to drive the population to.
But it is right in the area that we're releasing the birds.
Pretty
Or
close.
you're the releaser.
Yeah, right where we're releasing that lek doesn't have anything within the 2-mile boundary of it, but there are oil field service roads and stuff in this whole area, so.
Great.
I move we accept the department's recommendation.
I'll second.
It's been motioned by Pete and seconded by Galen. Any further comment? Call to the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Director Nesbitt has something he wants to share with us.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the commission. As most of you have inquired over the last couple of weeks about where we're at with the Grand Teton National Park mountain goat removal plan. The park, we've been in discussions with them and commented on their plan for quite some time now. We've engaged in discussions for actually years. We wrote a letter to them about a year ago expressing our concerns with their plan, and now they've come out and notified and made an announcement that they're moving forward with their plan. And the controversial part of the plan that I think most of you are aware of is the aerial removal of mountain goats in Grand Teton Park. Since that announcement, we've heard significant public feedback. I've contacted the park personally and talked to the acting superintendent and asked him to reconsider and basically to stop their plan to use aerial gunning to remove mountain goats in the park. I've acknowledged that their objective to reduce the potential transmission of bad pathogens from mountain goats to bighorn sheep is something that the department supports. I re-articulated to them that, as we have in our previous communications in our letter, that we would prefer that they use other tools like relocation or the use of skilled volunteers to remove the mountain goats and put any mountain goats that are harvested to good use. And I don't believe they've reconsidered, and I don't believe they're gonna change their plan. So I today will be sending them a letter that will clearly put on the record and document our desire for them to not move forward with that plan, specifically the part with the aerial removal. And I certainly wanted the commission to be aware of that and answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. President, Brian, could you, the skilled volunteers, explain that? As I understand that, they don't want to, in the federal legislation that authorizes removal of these goats, they've called them skilled volunteers versus hunters or sportsmen. And isn't there a history of doing that with the elk harvests on the Grand Teton National Park as well? Could you explain that, or am I?
Absolutely. So, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, regarding elk and the founding legislation that established Grand Teton National Park, an elk reduction program was clearly delineated in that founding legislation. That really is what gives way to the current program we have, where elk are basically hunted under a state license. The regulations are both state regulations and Grand Teton Park, but they're actually officially deputized park rangers versus hunters that participate in the elk reduction program. That program is very important to our management of the Jackson elk herd and has been supported for many, many years. With regards to mountain goats, the term skilled volunteers I think is used because they certainly believe that there's legal guidance and direction and sideboards they have that doesn't allow recreational hunting inside the park, and that if the only way that they can use skilled volunteers is in the culling of a species that's, in their view, beneficial to the mission of the park. So, they feel like they can't call them hunters, but that they can implement some kind of a program that's tightly regulated where members of citizens that are trained and permitted and background checked and those kind of things can be used to remove the mountain goats, and their parts can be put to good uses. The meat can be consumed. They are simply not wanting to move forward with that part of the program now because they see more of an urgent need, and they want to be able to remove these goats very, very quickly. They see aerial gunning as the quickest way for them to be able to do that. That's been our discussion.
I guess what I heard was, and tell me, I mean, you don't have to agree with this, Brian, but to me, a skilled volunteer is just a euphemism for hunting that goes through some program the National Park Service wants to put them through.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you. Skilled volunteers, certainly not in my term, but I call them hunters. But
Or a sportsman.
Or
I mean,
sportsman,
a skilled
right.
volunteer is a euphemism for a sportsman.
yes.
Well, I'd like to make a comment. I mean, this whole thing has bothered me for quite some time, and I've tried my best to get as many people that I know and to get involved and write comments into the National Park Service on this program to try to slow it down or have them reconsider. So I just believe it flies in the face of all Wyoming values, the way that we approach game animals here in this state and how we manage them. And it just doesn't sit well with me. I don't think it speaks well of our state and the way we do things. And it's just been stuck in my craw for quite some time. So, I mean, I've got some language here I'd like to read, and I'd like this commission to consider looking at this, possibly passing this as a resolution to this event.
Mr. President, I'm just gonna pile on Mike. You know, flying around with a helicopter and aerial gunning these goats and leaving them to rot, there's no utilization of that resource. You know, we can have all the debates about what threat they pose to the sheep herd or disease transmission or something. That's for skilled biologists. But the idea that rather than allow sportsmen to go out with Park Service supervision and training and harvest these animals and consume them and use them like we do every other game animal and like they've done for years with regard to the elk herd on the Park Service is horribly wrong to me.
Absolutely.
I can't imagine why they would have reached that decision, and I abhor the decision.
I agree with that. Any other comments before I turn loose on these words?
In our world, they call that criminal, really.
Yes. Yep, you bet. Thanks, Jim. So here's what we've got. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission hereby condemns Grand Teton National Park's planned action to kill mountain goats in Grand Teton National Park by the use of aerial gunning. The use of aerial gunning by Park Service personnel to remove these goats is inconsistent with all notions of game management, fair chase, and totally inconsistent with years of Park Service management of big game animals within the park. If these goats need to be removed, the Park Service should implement a system to allow skilled volunteers, as identified as an option in their plan, to harvest these goats. Having government personnel kill mountain goats from helicopters and leaving them to rot and be wasted is unacceptable. The Park Service's refusal to utilize statutory options allowing skilled volunteers to harvest the goats is short-sighted and sets a dangerous precedent. The Commission strenuously urges the United States Park Service to immediately cancel plans to kill these goats via aerial gunning and implement a plan allowing the goats to be removed by skilled volunteers.
So you're asking what, Mike?
I would ask this commission to consider this and pass it as a form of resolution.
I so move.
Second.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? Call to the question.
Hammer.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
David,
carries
maybe,
for
so,
resolution.
I mean, this is really an important action I think we're taking today. Why don't we individually record our votes so that I believe it was unanimous, maybe you wanna make that on the record, or you wanna call each commissioner to vote individually, but I think it's important that the Park Service knows that this commission has unanimously condemned this action.
Would you like to do that?
I like that.
Okay.
However you wanna do it.
Okay,
Yep.
let's,
I would recommend we all sign it.
How do we
Want it
proceed
verbally?
with that?
I don't,
So Sherry, if you want to call each member and ask for their vote, just go down the line and ask them to record their vote as yes or no.
Commissioner Brokaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurd,
Yes.
Commissioner Schmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Duty,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner,
Yes.
Commissioner Crank.
yes.
for what it's worth, Commissioner Rael, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Brian. Doug?
Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik, our next agenda item, we have Nicole Bjarnley, our non-game mammal biologist.
Can we do a break real quick? Can we do a break real quick?
Sure.
Is that? Sorry, guys, we're gonna do a 10-minute break, please.
Well, rabbits are gonna have to wait.
In the Commissioners Association, who wanted to send a message.
They're just little fuzzy cocktails to me.
That's a strong message.
For letting us do that.
Good to see you. Like I had a call on that. Mr. President, members of the commission, and Director Nesvik. So the next agenda item, we have Nicole Bjarnley, our non-game mammal biologist, to present on another unique species in Wyoming and a request for a translocation. And you may remember Nicole, she gave a presentation previously on black-footed ferrets, a management plan for Wyoming, and then she did an awesome presentation on some of the bat species in Wyoming. So she gets to deal with a lot of really cool species that are not the ones that are we give licenses for. So with that, I'll turn it over to her.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Nesvik. So I'm going to continue on the translocation theme. We've received a request from Washington State to supply pygmy rabbits for part of their semi-captive breeding population of what is a federally endangered distinct population segment that they have there in Washington. And I'll kind of go over the details a little bit. So I'm not sure where to point this. Maybe we turned it off. I apologize. Yep. Oh my God. There we go. Sorry about that. So pygmy rabbits are classified as non-game wildlife in Chapter 52 of our regulations. We further classify them as a species of greatest conservation need with a native species status of 3 in our state wildlife action plan. And this is primarily due to very specialized habitat requirements, as well as the potential for human activity to disturb some of those habitats. They are the smallest rabbit in North America, which this time of year can be a very distinguishing characteristic. However, when we have juveniles on the landscape, that can be a little bit more difficult. So some other ways to tell a pygmy rabbit from the more common cottontail is, first of all, if you happen to get a great look like the one in this picture, you can see that their inner ears are much fuzzier than we would see in a cottontail. And then the more likely way you'll see them is when they're running away from you. And pygmy rabbits have a buff-colored tail, which kind of blends in with their fur. So it's not very noticeable, and they almost look like they don't have a tail compared to that very obvious white in a cottontail. As I mentioned, they do have very specialized habitat requirements. They are one of our sagebrush obligate species, and they require tall, dense sagebrush stands, both for food and cover. And you can see in this photo there kind of what that habitat looks like. That is actually a photo from Washington State where they have pygmy rabbits. And in Wyoming, although we have sagebrush pretty much statewide, pygmy rabbits are found throughout the southwestern quarter of the state. As I mentioned, they are dependent on sagebrush for food. In the summer months, this is about 50% of their diet. In the winter months, it can be about 99% of their diet. And they are one of the few, if only, rabbit species that is dependent on burrows that they maintain and create. And most of the time that is right beneath those very tall sagebrush plants. So as I mentioned, Washington State has a federally listed distinct population segment of pygmy rabbits. This is the Columbia Basin pygmy rabbit. They're also classified as a Washington State endangered species. And you can see in that map there in Washington, that's where that DPS is. And it's very geographically isolated from the main body of pygmy rabbit populations throughout the rest of the Great Basin. The Columbia Basin pygmy rabbit is dependent on semi-wild breeding with their captive facilities. And so at this point, their wild populations can no longer sustain harvest to support their semi-captive breeding populations. And that's where we would come in. This isn't the first time we've helped Washington State support their population. In 2013, Wyoming provided 30 individuals at the beginning stages of this effort, and we are one of 4 states that provided pygmy rabbits. And with this influx of new individuals and new genetics, Washington saw a greatly improved genetic diversity, productivity, and survival of their semi-captive breeding populations. The request for 2020 is for 15 to 30 rabbits from Wyoming. Washington estimates they need about 30 to 40 overall to get their population back up to sustainable. However, we are only one of 4 states, again, that is receiving these requests. So depending on the success of those requests and capture efforts in other states, the number of individuals needed from Wyoming may be less than that. At most, we would be looking at that 30 number. The capture efforts are planned for fairly soon, so it'd be the beginning to middle of March. And the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife will be providing all resources necessary for this effort. So they will be providing personnel, gear, anything that's needed to move individuals. And the only thing that the department would need to be providing is in terms of my time, which would be fairly minimal, just to give them some suggestions on where to go to look for some rabbits. So pretty short and sweet, but as you consider that request, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
You know, I saw this last week on my email, and I thought it was a prankster by Director Nesvik. I never knew we had pygmy rabbits. I didn't.
Yeah, they're pretty interesting and pretty reclusive. Not a lot of folks see them, and I think when they do, they're often mistaken for juvenile cottontails. But yeah, they're probably one of our more cute species, I'd say.
Again, I'm so glad I didn't respond.
Mr. President, how is our population of pygmy rabbits? Pretty healthy, strong?
Yeah, Mr. President, Commissioner. Pygmy rabbits, we monitor pygmy rabbits by using occupancy, which doesn't let us look at actual numbers of individuals. Instead, we're looking at the population as a whole and its distributional arrangement and how that may change over time. We do that effort in the winter because that really gets us at that time where any small rabbit is going to be the species we're looking for. We get rid of juveniles, and we're looking for sign above the snow. So we did this effort in 2013 and found that they actually were very well distributed throughout the state, and some of those populations were even areas where that 2013 effort we directed folks. We repeated that survey again last winter with somewhat lower success, but I think that it's less an issue of how many pygmy rabbits we have out there and more an issue of we're looking for pygmy rabbits above the snow, and it was a pretty brutal winter, and I think they were just living beneath the snow, so they weren't giving us signs that they were there. But our populations seem to be doing fairly well where we were finding them before, even in those areas where we had done translocations previously, we were still finding rabbits again. So I think they're doing fairly well.
Is there a possibility the other states will not contribute or cannot contribute? Or do you
Mr.
have any
President,
knowledge
Commissioner,
of that?
that's certainly a possibility. I haven't checked in with them, but I think that given where we are and how prevalent pygmy rabbit distribution is in a lot of those other states, I have a feeling that they'll probably kick in as well.
I mean, I guess my question is, I mean, if we're already going up to 30, what's another 10 more? I mean, if they need them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, there may be a discussion that Washington has had where they're hoping to get a more variety from different places to get a better distribution of genetic contribution. So that may be why they're hoping for, you know, they're shooting for that lower end of what they'd absolutely need, but hope that they can get more of that from those other diversity populations.
But I guess my question is if we approved up to 40, would that be an issue?
Mr. President, Commissioner, I don't think so.
I would so move.
Mr. President, can I digress for just a second?
Absolutely.
What, how are our bats doing? Any major changes? Or I loved your bat presentation, so any updates or?
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, we have had some changes since I gave a presentation. I believe that was in 2018? No, sorry, 2017. And I was talking to the commission at the time about white nose syndrome, and which is a fungal disease that is affecting bat populations primarily throughout the eastern and midwestern part of the continent. At that time, we did not have any indications that we had the fungus or the disease, but we really felt that it was only a matter of time because it has been progressing eastward. And fortunately, in the spring of 2018, we found a little brown bat on Fort Laramie that had traces of the fungus that causes white nose syndrome. She did not have indications that she had developed the disease white nose syndrome at this point. We also don't know exactly where she came from. It was someone or an individual that had emerged from hibernation, so we don't know where exactly she contracted it. In 2019, that was confirmed. There were pretty low levels, so it was an inconclusive at the time, but was confirmed in 2019. 2019, we also had detections of multiple individuals near Lusk with the fungus that causes the disease as well. So We do have 2 counties, Niobrara and Goshen, that we classify as positive for the fungus. We do have full-blown white nose syndrome, the disease, just over the border in the Black Hills in South Dakota, so it's really only a matter of time before we detect that there as well.
Thank you.
I'll second the motion on the floor.
So real quick, Nicole, the commission had an opportunity this summer in July to go to Flaming Gorge, and there was a really good presentation there on midget-faded rattlesnakes, and it would be interesting to remind the commission of the link between, the relationship between pygmy rabbits and midget-faded rattlesnakes.
Not sure that I know the link.
Okay, I'll talk to them.
Okay.
Well, there was discussion
One eats the
about.
other one.
What's that?
One eats the other one.
Yeah, and there's a, I'll talk to them.
So real quickly, I'm sorry, Mike.
That's right.
Real quickly, Nicole, I might have missed it, maybe you said it, but are they abundant throughout the state? Are they more prevalent in southern Wyoming, these pygmy rabbits? I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Mr. President, so they are only found throughout the sagebrush basins of the southwestern quarter of the state. Within those, because they are so highly dependent on those very thick, tall sagebrush stands, typically what we're gonna find in drainages, they can be locally quite abundant, but they'll use those areas where we have lower growing, less dense sagebrush in the summer, but they really restrict back on those drainages in the winter time. So locally they can be quite abundant. They're probably not our most common species out there, but they're definitely, fairly prevalent out there.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, I'm from that area, and I spend, half a dozen trips a year. I take my grandkids out cottontail rabbit hunting, and you can see them just about every trip.
Yep.
And you really have to be careful.
Yeah.
Those, exactly what you say, in that real thick, heavy brush, they really like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I did have a question for you. I imagine they cycle similar to a cottontail rabbit, is that right?
I'm not sure if they do quite as much, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do, at least somewhat.
Because, man, like 3 years ago, I mean, I think the cottontail rabbit was at the peak, because they were just everywhere, and they're kind of they're tough to find right now.
Yeah.
All across that area in southwest Wyoming. So, but yeah, there seems to be plenty of them there. You can see them about every time you go out.
So my motion is to authorize up to 40.
I'm good with that second.
Will it have to be amended? It says, what's it saying here? Doesn't say anything, okay, so fine. Any further discussion? Call to the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Nicole.
They are cute.
Ian Tater.
Oh, kid. Some places with a lot of sagebrush, maybe we'll put some there. so
Yeah.
you can see 'em.
Yeah.
And Ray.
Okay, well, good afternoon, President Rael, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. Today, Ian Tater and myself are going to talk about annual invasive grasses and the threat they pose to Wyoming and our habitat in the future. So, most of you are familiar with the 3 we're talking about are cheatgrass, Medusa head, and bentonata. So, here is what you have our PowerPoint. Okay. All right, so what is an annual invasive grass? They're a non-native grass to Wyoming. They complete a life cycle in one growing season. They outcompete our native vegetation like all of our bunch grasses. They have a really shallow root system, and they reproduce by seed, and they produce a lot of seeds. And their seeds are pretty light, so they're easily dispersed among the landscape from animals to wind. So, The other thing with our invasive grasses, they increase our risk of fire. They're more likely to establish in burned areas or disturbed areas. And they threaten our wildlife through conversion of productive habitat into basically a monoculture of an invasive grass. So, first up, cheatgrass was, there we go. Introduced in North America in the late 1800s. It infests more than 100 million acres in 49 states. Each plant can produce up to 300 seeds, and these seeds are viable for up to 11 years. Cheatgrass can pretty much invade any soil type at any elevation. Livestock can graze cheatgrass early in the season, normally in that first few weeks that it starts to green up. Medusa head is another invasive grass that we're starting to see in Wyoming. It was first reported in North America in the 1880s, occupies 2.3 million acres in 17 states, and it will displace cheatgrass. Its seeds are only viable for 2 to 3 years, and it has a high silica content, which makes it undesirable for forage. And then one of our newer invasive grasses is Ventonata, and it's actually probably one of the worst ones we have. It was first reported in North America in 1952. It will displace cheatgrass and Medusa head. It has a high silica content. It's slow to decay, and where we have heavy infestations, it will reduce the native forage by 50% within a couple years. So what does that mean? So with all these invasive grasses comes along with the increased risk of fire. These grasses grow early and they dry out quick, long before any of the native grasses can get established. They create a very fine fuel, up to 4,000 pounds of fine fuel per acre. And with the increase of these, we've seen an increase in fire frequency from when we used to have landscape fires of 1 every 50 years to basically now we're seeing them 5 years or less. The national average fire season has increased by 78 days since 1970, and on average 2 million acres are burned every year on BLM land, mainly due to these grasses. Luckily for Wyoming, we haven't seen this yet, but our neighboring states are definitely seeing this going on. Here's a quote from Jessica Gardetto with the National Interagency Fire Center. What we do know is that over the last 10 to 20 years, we're seeing longer fire seasons, and we're seeing more extreme fire behavior due to cheatgrass and hotter temperatures. So with cheatgrass, it affects our sagebrush ecosystem. These grasses will rapidly take over sagebrush habitats. As we know, sagebrush are a source of food for sage-grouse in the wintertime. Once there was over 250 million acres of sagebrush in North America, and now we have half that. And in the last 2 years in Nevada alone, 800,000 acres of sagebrush is burned. And 11 of the 50 biggest fires in the Great Basin has been in the last 20 years because of invasive grasses. And to show you that, if you look at the picture on the left, it shows the Great Basin and the annual grasses. The red is your invasive annual grasses, and in 18 years you can see how much they have started to take over and become more intense. And for an example of one of those mega fires is the Martin Fire, which occurred in 2018 in Nevada. This fire burned 435,000 acres. It jumped to 400,000 acres in just 4 days, mainly fueled by cheatgrass. The majority of the fire burned in sensitive habitat for sage-grouse. It destroyed 39 active leks, affected more than 2,500 birds. There were reports of birds flying that were on fire and spreading the fire. And it destroyed the grazing lands of the oldest operating ranch in Nevada, the 96 Ranch. Stephanie Ogburn, who wrote an article called Weed Whackers about the Martin Fire, talked about the bare soil left after fire can blow away in spring and land on snow in the faraway mountains, causing quicker melt-off. With nowhere to hide and no shrubs to browse or nest in, wildlife, including mule deer and the imperiled sage grouse, quickly move out. So how does this affect our livestock operations in the state? Cheatgrass can be grazed early, within the first few weeks, but then it's not palatable after that. Intense grazing can actually cause disturbance and increase the abundance, density of invasive grasses. Cattle and livestock can spread it. A new study that just came out here in the last few months shows that some of the grazing practices may actually be leading to more cheatgrass. And then another invasive, the Medusa head, on ranches that have it, have shown a 40 to 70% reduction in their grazing rates. So what does this do to big game? Our annual invasive grasses outcompete our native vegetation. For example, in Nevada, the mule deer population has decreased from 150,000 to approximately 93,000 since 2000. We're seeing large-scale wildfires since 2000. And how this relates to Wyoming, many of our migration corridors go right through these sage-grouse core areas where you're going to start seeing these invasive grasses, or we already are seeing them. And this quote from the Mule Deer Foundation president really applies to us too. It's a high priority for our organizations to restore or conserve sagebrush country for mule deer and other wildlife. Keeping rangelands healthy and working ranches working benefits all sorts of wildlife.
Mr. President, Ray, how does the cheatgrass, I guess, kill off the sagebrush? Is it all just fire behavior, or is
so it takes out that understory, and then you get really hot fires, and sagebrush takes a long time to reestablish itself. Do you play that, Wayne, or do I need to? And here's a video that Ray Hageman put together for us.
We lost our screen.
Hear any sound, Wayne?
Working to control the spread of cheatgrass using herbicide applications. Game and Fish statewide migration coordinator Jill Randall.
The cheatgrass treatments are important for our rangeland health and for the habitat requirements of a lot of species here. We have mule deer, elk, moose, pronghorn, and this is important sage-grouse habitat also.
Mule deer move between low elevation sagebrush and grass habitat during the winter to higher elevation forbs, grass, and mountain shrubs in the summer and fall. So it's important to provide consistent seasonal nutrition to allow the deer to thrive. This area outside of Pinedale serves as both a vital stopover point along the migration corridor and important winter range for deer.
When our mule deer are migrating in the spring, they primarily are targeting grass, and cheatgrass does not provide very good forage, and the native grasses that are here are going to help those deer as they're moving up out of winter range towards their fawning and summer habitats. To keep the cheatgrass out of that habitat means better forage, better grass for the mule deer that are moving through this corridor.
In 2018, with the help of numerous partners, over $1.4 million was spent controlling the spread of cheatgrass in similar areas statewide that are important to big game and other wildlife species. Cheatgrass is a highly aggressive invasive species that is difficult to control. It thrives in disturbed areas. It can displace native plants wildlife and livestock eat, and it's a prolific seed producer. These types of treatment work over a span of time and have little to no impact on native grasses and other species. Treatments along this vicinity near the Wind River front have been ongoing since 2011. Reapplications are necessary due to cheatgrass's ability to disperse seed. Using a helicopter ensures maximum coverage in rocky terrain such as this. This is Ray Hageman with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department.
All right. So, President Real, members of the Commission, Director Nesvik, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Ray, for starting us off, giving us a good background on why invasive annual grasses are bad, and my job today is to talk to you a little bit about what we can do about them. So, what you'll see on this slide is an effort that the department has undertaken to map our most important habitats statewide. And so we developed an interactive mapping tool to help us display these most important habitats. And so what you see here on this map is areas that are overlapping, so habitats that we've identified as important. And so those include mule deer initiative herds, sage-grouse core areas, connectivity habitats, approved migration corridors, et cetera, et cetera. And what this map displays is, as those areas overlap each other, the intensity of the color begins to come out. And so you can see some areas that have quite a bit of overlap, and that map indicates that with those deeper, darker colors. And so what we have here is at least 20 million acres in Wyoming we've mapped and identified as important that are important to wildlife. And for context, the state of Wyoming is comprised of over 62 million acres. So this gives us our first crack at identifying areas on the landscape that are important to wildlife that we may want to do something about, cheatgrass or other invasive annual grasses. And so that map there was the first cut. So this is our first attempt at really beginning to hone in. We don't have an ability to do everything everywhere, so how do we begin to identify those areas where we really want to make a difference for wildlife? That was that map. The second map that we have displayed here is SGCN richness. So SGCN are our sensitive species in Wyoming. Very similar to the pygmy rabbit discussion. This map is an attempt also to display areas that are important to sensitive species. And this one's done a little differently. So this one has sensitive species occurrence, very similar to the last map, but at much higher rates. So the highest number there is 60. That means that there may be 60 different sensitive species that occur within the same area. And that is indicated by those, again, deeper, darker colors. And so these are screening criteria for us to be able to begin to wrap our head around how are we going to tackle this invasive annual grass issue that we're faced with? And so these are a couple of the ways that we might begin to do that. Another way that we might begin to do that is to use, again, another tool at our disposal that's referred to as resistance and resilience. This is a rather new concept, and the idea here is taking attributes from a certain area on the landscape and looking at them in a different way. And so what this model does is it looks at the ability of a site, the inherent ability of a site to resist or be resilient to infestation. And so the areas on the map that you see here that are indicated by green indicate a high resilience and or resistance to infestation. So if you have cheatgrass, medusa head, ventnata that are located here, and we go in and do an action, we're very likely to have a positive result. In those areas that have a low resistance and resilience, even if we go in and do something, over time, it's likely that those species will reinvade. And so this, again, another screening criteria, another way for us to look at the state of Wyoming and try to begin to identify areas where we might want to do some work, because we've got a lot of work to do. One of the other ways that we've begun, or other methods that we've begun to employ, is the use of aerial imagery. And aerial imagery and modeling, the combination of those two, is a really powerful tool. So we are able to use technology to our advantage in this instance to assess vast landscapes, and this is one way that we're able to bring down the total number of acres that we might want to treat within an area, because we can't treat it all. So what you see here is a map of the Squirrel Creek fire, not too far from here, outside of Laramie. This fire burned several years ago, and it was about 12,000 acres total. Through the use of Landsat imagery, and NASA was involved in this process, various researchers, they took this on as a pilot project and were able to identify 3,000 acres that had, not only did it have cheatgrass, but it had the ability to support cheatgrass into the future. And so we used that to our advantage, built polygons, and went out and sprayed those areas that were most important and most likely to be influenced by cheatgrass in this instance. And so this is an example of using technology to save the department and partners' resources. So in the old days, it's very likely that we would have tried to spray the entirety of this area. Turns out we only needed to treat 3,000 acres, and this use of technology proved that to us. And so there's a lot of new things on the horizon. There's a lot of new tools at our disposal that we're learning about and we're starting to employ. Assessment and monitoring. This is something that we do every year. Our folks out on the ground are continually assessing areas on the landscape for the prevalence of invasive annual grasses. They're monitoring past treatments at certain intervals. This takes up an awful lot of our time, and so we're never going to get away from this, and we don't want to get away from our on-the-ground actions and collecting data, but the use of technology combined with this might make us more effective. And so that really is the goal here, is to really build a program that allows us to move forward in a way that we're most efficient and most effective. So how do we treat cheatgrass or ventnata or medusa head? So our best option currently is chemical treatments, and the chemical treatment that we've used, or the chemical itself that we've used the most, it goes by the trade name Plateau. Imazapic is what it's called. It is a selective herbicide. It works best as a pre-emergent. So what does pre-emergent mean? That means that before a seed germinates, if we are able to apply a herbicide before the seed germinates, it is a pre-emergent herbicide. It works best. If that seed germinates and then we apply the herbicide, it's less effective, quite a bit less effective, obviously, or many times. So we have to, in the case of cheatgrass, apply this herbicide in late summer or early fall. When done at the correct time, we often get 1 to 3 years of growing season control. Ray talked a little bit about the seed bank life, so how long seeds are good for out on the landscape of cheatgrass in particular, and that ranges from 9 to 11 years. So as you can see, if we're controlling it for 3 years, but the seed could at any time germinate within a 9 to 11 year period, that calls for the need for reapplication. Really important that we go back out and not only do we need to select the right areas first, once we commit to spraying them the first time, we're committing to spraying them again. And so this is the #1 tool in our toolbox, has been for quite a while. When done at the right time of year, it does usually result in good control of cheatgrass. A newer chemical treatment that that we've been using lately is Esplanade or Indaziflam. The advantage of Indaziflam is, as you might recall, when we were talking about Imazapic, 1 to 3 years of control. Esplanade, it's looking like we may get at least 1 more year of control by using this chemical. And so that's another tool in our toolbox. This one does have some restrictions, grazing restrictions being the primary issue associated with this chemical. Being a new chemical, it has to go through the EPA process. It is working its way through that process currently, but it is not approved for rangeland use. Why that's important? If we spray it on an acre, that acre can't be grazed for 5 years. That only works for WHMAs where we don't have grazing in place or places, special places like that. This doesn't work well out on the landscape. It appears that this chemical will likely get that grazing label restriction removed within this year, within 2020, likely in the 4th quarter though. So we might miss 1 more year of application with Esplanade. But I wanted to bring it to your attention. We've got 1 more tool in the toolbox, seems to work fairly well, and they're working through the process to get it registered and labeled for rangeland use. So talk a little bit about treatment application and success. Nearly all of our landscape scale projects involve aerial treatments. Herbicides in general, these herbicides in particular, are more effective when applied directly to the soil surface. And so as part of that process, grazing early in the growing season is an option, and I'm talking primarily about cheatgrass here, not about Medusa head or Ventonata, to reduce that above ground biomass, to allow that herbicide to contact the soil surface and to get us that best control possible. There's certainly a lot of new science that's emerging, and a lot of really smart people are working on this. And as that science emerges and as it becomes more and more apparent, we will definitely incorporate that into what we plan to do moving forward. Just again, following back up on the fact that follow-up treatments are really key to long-term success. 1 application rarely gets the job done. This requires a lot of help from our partners, and the cycle of treatment, monitoring, and retreatment may take many years. So what have we been doing? In 2018, the last calendar year, we sprayed 42,205 acres, treated 21 wildlife habitat management areas. We have 30 current projects in the hopper related to invasive annual grasses. We've got 4 different studies that are being conducted on WHMAs, which, by the way, are great candidates for areas to do these sort of treatments, because we maintain the ability to either restrict grazing or we have those things in place. We have the ability for researchers to go on and be able to do this. And they can involve grazing trials as well if they need to. But it's turned out to be a great place for UW and others to go and do on-the-ground trials of herbicides, as our WHMAs. And we're also evaluating WHMAs for things like wash stations and play, clean, go stations. A little ahead of myself. So this, what you see here, this kind of a thing sticking up out of the grass is a play, clean, go boot brush station. And many of our partners, Weed and Pest in particular, has been really good about providing these to the department in key areas. So access areas, walk-in areas, etc., even out at Springer. You may have, if you've been out there, you may have seen them there. The idea here is to both educate folks. There's something there to read, something there to learn about, as well as there's a boot brush there that allows folks to remove, after a day spent afield, any seeds that might have attached to their shoes, pants, clothes, etc. So kind of a twofold attempt at education and direct actions to reduce the number of seeds that might be moved throughout the state. Really, the main point here is that prevention of establishment is the far superior choice. More cost-effective. It's easier than actually going back in and rehabilitating areas. Wanted to let you know kind of a few of the things that the department has been up to. This is in large part due to Rebecca Fitzgerald and her shop, and we've put quite a bit of emphasis, and this is also tied directly into the communication plan on invasive annual grasses. And so this is just a snippet of what is either just occurred or scheduled to occur early this spring. So a lot of, again, going back to the education component, really trying to emphasize the importance of education to the public, to our partners, internally. This is a big part of what we're hoping to do. Again, internal education, we can lead by example by cleaning our equipment, clothing, etc. We just finished incorporating some language into habitat protection when they issue weirs to folks who want to come in and do things in Wyoming. We incorporated some language there that talks about the importance of cleaning equipment before coming to Wyoming, those sort of things. Many of our WHMAs, in fact all of them now within the contracts, require vendors to clean their vehicles or equipment before coming in. This is part of a strategy. We're developing a strategy here that really is cohesive and intended to bring people together to think about what sort of issues may result from invasive annual grasses. So, in the 2019-2020 implementation plan, the department had 4 actions to work on as it relates to invasive annual grasses. We were to implement an interdepartment team. We were to develop a formal collaborative post-fire action plan. We were to plan and implement at least one cheatgrass treatment project in each of our MDI herds, and develop a plan for the long-term cheatgrass reduction. And so, talk to you a little bit about how we did. Oh, too far. So, very first thing we were able to do is develop a wildfire response guide, and we fast-tracked this one because, in August or so, we were seeing a fair number of fires on the landscape and really thought that having a response guide in the hands of our managers was important. And so we allocated the necessary time and resources to fast-track that, the development of that plan, and we got it out to our field managers so that when a fire occurred within their area, they had a cookbook or a recipe book, if you will, to be able to work with partners. It identifies the strategy that has seemed to be pretty effective in the past on leaning on our federal partners or state partners to implement actions that reduce the spread of invasive annual grasses post-fire. There's a lot of other stuff in there too, but that is one of the primary objectives of that document. In addition to that, we talk a little bit about, or we developed a cheatgrass implementation plan. And the slides you saw earlier with the mapping, those sort of things, they're embedded and contained within that cheatgrass implementation plan. That outlines the strategy that the department will employ moving forward to reduce the spread of invasive annual grasses. Here we call it a cheatgrass implementation plan, but very, very quickly in the document we call them all out as invasive annual grasses, and we don't limit it just to cheatgrass. And so those are a couple of the documents that we've worked on and we're beginning to implement now. And again, wanted to kind of reiterate, we talked about, we need to implement at least one project in each of the MDI herds. So we did a quick synopsis of what sort of actions have occurred. And so between 2010 and 2020, so over a 10-year span, we've treated 124,000 acres in MDI herds alone. And so we've been hard at it, but we've got a lot more to do. And so I didn't intend for you to have to read all of that. I just want you to know that each of these areas is important, and each of these areas either has a history of planning for invasive annual grasses or plans in place to implement new projects coming up, or a combination of those two. So in conclusion, to circle back, annual invasive grasses pose an imminent threat to Wyoming's wildlife and habitat. We've identified a series of tools to address this threat, and we acknowledge this is going to be a long-term effort. This is not going to be a one and done. We're in this for the long haul. We've been in it for the long haul, but these series of plans and strategies have kind of refined our focus and brought us together in a way that I think will allow us to move forward in an efficient and effective manner into the future. We're going to incorporate the latest technology in everything we do. Research will inform kind of how we move forward and how we adaptively manage on the landscape. And the advancements in both chemicals and aerial imagery provide us an increased possibility or probability of a successful outcome. And really, I can't mention this enough, partnerships are the key to our success. We can't do this alone. We don't intend to do this alone. We've got great partners on the landscape, and certainly we will continue to try and bring everybody together to do good things for wildlife and agriculture and everybody else. This is a small snapshot of the sort of partners that we have on board that are a big component of this previous efforts, of this current plan, and of kind of where we want to go moving forward. These include funding partners, these include technical partners, these include people that have an interest and a desire to stop this threat of annual invasive grasses in Wyoming, and I feel pretty strongly that together we're going to be able to begin to make a difference by following the plan that we've laid out today. With that, I'd take any questions.
Any questions for Ian?
President Ian, so hopefully someone's out there that's leading, you know, I recall a study a while back that they tried using fungus to kill cheatgrass seeds, and I think I heard that it was horribly, it didn't work out well. So, I mean, who's out there that's the answer. This is almost like chronic wasting disease. There's no solution right now, but who's out there busting their behind to figure out the solution to cheatgrass and other invasive grasses?
Mr. President, Commissioner Crank, within Wyoming, we've got a great team of folks, including the University of Wyoming, who are trying very, very hard to crack this nut. You're right. The fungus, the 5 fingers of death, I think it may have been called, turned out to not be a success. Early indications from another one of the biological controls, the bacteria, that's a soil bacterium, Pseudomonas, turns out that we don't know for sure, but it's not looking like that's going to be a silver bullet either. And so there's a lot of people throughout the West, and there's a lot of people in Wyoming who have taken this on. University of Wyoming is trying to engage and start an institute for invasive annual grasses, and I don't know the current status of that, but I do know that they intend to continue to take this on as a major challenge that they want to help everyone address, and certainly throughout the West there's a big push along those lines as well. Federal partners, USGS and others are all also trying to figure out how best to address this.
So Mr. President, I'll add a little bit on to what Ian just discussed. Last week I spent an entire day on this topic with 11 other western states and the federal agencies, and this is especially for Nevada. I mean, they're the most affected state right now, but this is a significant issue. It's in the top 3, I would say, for the western states. There's a lot of other universities that are looking at it hard. There's federal funding that's been applied towards it, and a lot of focus in the state. Governor Gordon is also very concerned about this. He has a task force that's working now. We serve on the technical team for that, and we've had an opportunity to weigh in on how what their objectives are. And I've been in discussion with the chair of that group and several times, And so there's a lot of energy, but it's like CWD, like you said, there's just not a great solution anybody's found yet.
Mr. President? Ian, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but I noticed up there was between the Wyoming Range and the sublet, I think the mule deer herds is what it was. There's about 76,000 acres of this stuff. Where does the department place that as an effect on the mule deer numbers over there? Any idea? Any thoughts on that?
I can take a crack at that, Mr. President, Commissioner Schmidt. Certainly, so I think you're referring to the acres that have been treated within the sublet and Wyoming Range mule deer herds. That area is unique in some ways in that it is the leading edge currently of infestation. So cheatgrass is moving up through some of that area, and we have placed a great deal of emphasis on beginning to gain control of it. And so that has an effect on mule deer herds. It's a rather hard effect to quantify. It's hard to say, well, that has resulted in a 10% decline in mule deer herds. We can't quite say that. But we do know that the removal of shrubs, in particular, as a result of fires that are fueled by cheatgrass, will have an effect, based on Nevada's experience, on mule deer numbers. The harder to quantify effect is, prior to fire, when you have cheatgrass on the landscape, that's a harder thing to quantify. When you have that devastating loss of shrub communities, then it's easier to quantify. But it is there. It is a negative effect on mule deer and other species for sure.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Ray, Ian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll pick up where we left off with Rick. Yeah, much better, huh?
I got you.
Yeah, that's weird. Little pimple on the ass.
Would have made it better if they did this one.
That's great.
Probably is there a road going south to Laramie that follows through?
I think it does.
That
I think it does.
back road?
Thank you.
Mr. President, Director Nesbitt, and members of the commission, thanks to the quick work of Mike Choma and Matt Withroder, we put together, we adjusted the language in the regulation as per your discussion earlier. And so we've modified the map and the draft language. So you have that in front of you. So the map now indicates that it'll follow I-80 past Rollins to the Pacific branch of the Continental Divide. So that's over there between Tipton and Table Rock. It'd be about milepost 156, and then pick up with the old boundary, or the Continental Divide. So, and in addition, we added the time of the noon or 12 p.m. opener for May 1, which you can see there at the very end of section 3 on the handout that I provided for you. So, with that in front of you.
Rick, I don't think this is right. It says westerly along said boundary to the southern boundary of Yellowstone, and then westerly along said boundary to the Wyoming, Montana state line. Shouldn't that be Wyoming, Idaho state line?
Yep, that's correct. So we will fix that.
Yeah, you can make that part of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Richard? Any more questions, discussion? Can I have a motion to accept?
You already have one?
I think there's one out there.
I think we did, didn't we?
We made it, so. maybe
This is
it's the
just
call to the
supporting the
question?
earlier motion, right?
I did.
Nothing? Did we motion and?
I don't think there was ever a second.
That is correct. I'm sorry. It was moved by Commissioner Brokaw, and there was not a second.
Right.
So can we have a second?
I'll
That was-
second.
Go ahead.
Any more discussion? If not, call to the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, as is.
Thank you.
Go, pal. I just read it again. It's still there.
Thank you. I'm gonna go with,
Rebecca.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, I am here today before you to present the volunteer work projects for 2020 per Wyoming state statute and per our volunteer policy, the commission's volunteer policy. We are to go through and approve the suite of projects allowed under our volunteer policy. Those were in your packet in a memo. I can go through them if you'd like, but they're broad on purpose to allow us to look at the work that we do across the department and make sure that we have the opportunity, if so arises, to utilize volunteers to assist with that work. Everything from outreach to wildlife surveys to law enforcement at check stations, not law enforcement, but being present at check stations. Again, I have the list. I'm happy to go through it, but I am just seeking your approval to approve those 2020 volunteer project opportunities.
I move to approve that list.
Second.
okay. Any further questions? Call to the question. All in favor?
Aye. Guess we're done.
Song?
Thank you.
Mike.
Wayne's right on it.
Okay. Thank you, Rebecca.
Commission President, Commissioner Director Nesvik, as in the past several years at this meeting, the Wildlife Division has kind of put together a short little PowerPoint on summarizing the 2010 hunting season, and so we'd like to show that now, and I think if you, as you watch this, you'll see a lot of common themes, a lot of quality animals were harvested, but the biggest thing is a lot of smiles, and especially on the kids' faces, so sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Could we
Play
get
it.
the lights again, please? Thank you.
Leaves are turning, there's a chill in the air. Campfires are burning, we're gathered round in chairs. 3 generations of hunting in our veins, talking about what might happen on opening day. Weatherman's calling for southwest winds, gonna have to change my plans. Guess I won't be hunting the power line, I'm moving to the boat seat stand. Sighted in my rifle and she sure is shooting straight, but I'll meet up with the jitters, y'all. It's opening day. I've been working all summer and it's sure been hot. Tractor tore up, but I planted my plot. Deer trail running through there looks like a highway. I got my heart set on that drop time buck. There's plenty of room in the back of my truck. It's been a long year, but it's gonna be worth the wait.
slung that coffee down. Headed to the stand with my little man, and he didn't make a sound. Sat there till 9:15 and old drop time didn't show. Saw a couple of squirrels, a fat raccoon, a possum and a doe. Then out of the blue came a cow horn spike, and my little boy started to shake. But he manned up and took his very first buck on opening day. I've been working all summer and it's sure been hot. The tractor tore up, but I planted my plot. Deer trail running through there looks like a highway. I got my heart set on that drop time buck. There's plenty of room in the back of my truck. It's been a long year, but it's gonna be worth the wait. It's opening day. It's gonna be worth the wait. It's finally opening day. You better get out your gun, clean it up good and get in the woods. It's opening day. Been waiting all year long for November to come along. Freezing rain and the chance of snow, and that bitter wind starts to blow. And with the busted run and a hard cold run and the pressure falling down, it's all lining up like the perfect storm. I got the perfect stand for a northwest wind and the moon is on the rise. This is gonna be one of those hunts to remember. Sweet November, sweet November, sweet November, sweet November.
Great job. Great job.
So I'd like to thank B, Nicholas, and Keaton Weber for putting that together. Keaton's our 12-month damage tech here. They do a great job putting that together for us every year. Of course, that's just a snapshot of everything that goes out there in the fall. And of course, a great job to all our employees that have dedicated their life to this career in Wyoming's wildlife. So hope you enjoyed it.
Okay. Rebecca? Thanks, Scott.
Commission President, members of the commission, you got to see the
take of our wildlife there and in a recreational fashion. And so we'll show the other side of this with the newest. We've got 2 new pieces on wildlife. This is one of 2 new videos, but we'll show this one, and this is the right outside of a wolf den on the western side of the state, and it's pretty interesting to see the variety of species. This is captured from a trail camera.
You better get out of there.
Busy place.
Very cool. Thank you.
Do we need these guys? Yeah, we need to do a final call to the public, because we only got a couple.
Okay, we'll do a final call to the public, and first of all, we'll do, what is it? Julie McAllister.
Thank you,
Mr. President, members of the commission. I apologize. I should have made these comments during the Black Bear period. I was unfamiliar with your format, didn't want to be rude, and then ended up lifting your screen for no reason with my head. So just to have them in your mind on seasons and counts. The area I hunt is Area 8. And my concern with putting 9 sows in spring and 8 in the fall is carryover. I think it could possibly be a good consideration to think about taking the fall quota and splitting it. For example, with 8 sow licenses, take 4, allow those for archery. I don't think that you would get too much blowback from archery hunters. They'd probably be willing to even buy a separate license for that to help keep track of it. If those 4 sows were afforded to the archery season, say only 2 of them were taken, the 2 carryover could then be put on gun, having the same amount of female killed, same amount of impact on population. By splitting the numbers between archery and gun, you help ensure that your gun hunters are certainly going to have a quota available for them to hunt, and should negate some of those issues. The spring carryover is a concern. I think that a number of bear hunters have difficulty figuring out. It's very true that in the spring there's not as many hunting options. A lot of bear hunters are pretty dedicated, pretty successful. The concern being an early fall closure on that issue to at least consider for future population control and changes to quotas. Splitting that season in the fall, I think, could be a lot more applicable to solve problems for people that are concerned about having a quota to kill for gun season. And that's pretty much the comments I had on black bear. I had a couple other comments I wanted to make sure to separate from this because they aren't items covered in agenda. And wanted to make sure to make those at this time. The first of those 2 issues, very briefly, is companion permits for disabled hunters. It's fantastic that we have some options available for disabled hunters to be able to dispatch game and participate. Charging a $5 fee for that, and especially only limiting that to 2 hunters, is really limiting. It's very difficult for a lot of people to take off work and go hunting. Pretty common problem in Wyoming. But if you need someone else to take off as well, to come with you so you can hunt, as many disabled hunters do, and you only have 2 people, it's pretty easy to fathom how that could limit your hunting opportunities. You're not talking about 1 adult schedule, you're talking about 2 adult schedule. The disabled hunter has to be available, and the companion has to be available. I would propose consideration to a change to this system. There's a phone service available right now for black bear hunting. I'm not exactly sure of all the IT components of that system, but I wonder if it wouldn't be able to be utilized in such a way that a sportsman ID or a hunting license could be used as an identifier. So when a disabled hunter were to go afield, of course, they would need to be medically cleared by a doctor prior. They could call in with their disabled hunting license, give a sportsman ID or hunting license for another hunter, making sure that they have a capable hunter with them, someone else who would possess a state license, I would think would be a reasonable qualifier for that. Give that information to Game and Fish to make sure that laws are being followed and it's appropriate, but then you would open it up to a whole range of people that would be able to help that disabled hunter. Say they have family coming in from out of town. They're available 1 day, 2 days to come in and hunt with them and just experience the outdoors with that hunter to the full capacity. When you limit it just to 2 companion hunters and 2 companion permits, that disabled hunter completely loses the freedom to hunt with everybody else they'd like to. They can't go afield if they don't have that companion hunter with them and even take an opportunity to shoot an animal. What if they don't kill it in the first shot? I don't know any hunter that can guarantee that'll happen every time they pull the trigger. The last issue I just wanted to touch on, and I apologize for covering 3 issues without question period, but I wanted to be brief, is hunting ages. I have a grandson who his birthday's in December. So when he turns 12, he's not gonna be able to hunt till he's 13. It seems a bit unfair to me. There's a lot of other states, I believe when I counted it was 31, that have lower hunting ages or some aspects of hunting that are opened to children that are younger. It seems to me there would be a greater opportunity for people to enter into the sport field, especially in Wyoming, if some of these opportunities could be looked at, opened up at a slightly younger age or at parental consent at a younger age, of course, passing hunter safety and every other safety measure. That's the majority of my comments. Again, I apologize for covering so much material quickly, but I want to be brief. Opportunity for any questions on that, and I really do apologize for not making the comments during the appropriate time. I was unaware of format.
Any questions? Questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. You've got another blue sheet here, but I guess that covers everything?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how to.
Okay, thank you. We'll have a final call to the public. Would anybody like to come up and comment, give their comments? Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded, and can we call to the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for their patience.